to Sewing Street. Oh my word, this morning has been manic. It's absolutely manic. We have got so much going on today, which is very exciting. What day are we today? Happy Thursday. Hope you're having a lovely week. And anybody off to the Creative Craft Show at the NEC, go find John. I want to say Hall 11. I'll find out what stand he's on. But is it a bit creepy that he's there, literally behind me? Like he's watching, he's always watching, he's here with us. So we've got our stand there along with hobby maker, jewellery maker as well. So it's all crafts, which is really nice. And there's presentations going on. I'm there on Sunday. Let me know if you're going over the weekend so I can look out for you. Are we live on Facebook, Hannah? No, we're not live on Facebook. Sorry, this is me scanning on my iPad looking for us on Facebook, but we're coming back. There was a lot going on this morning. There is a lot going on this morning because we've got two guests. We've got an amazing early bird. We've got new fabrics coming out. We've got all sorts. So now this is an early bird, which I'm going to probably spend a bit more time on than I normally would because this is something amazing that we would never ordinarily reduce. I actually remember when we first started in the world of sewing quarter and we were told that we would never reduce this brand. This brand just doesn't get reduced in price. So I'm really excited that you can get one of the newest rulers from Creative Grids at a reduced price today. So this is sold in the hundreds at £53.99. Hundreds of you I know have already purchased this ruler and love it. For the first time ever, we're discounting it. Now, we'll discount it first, then I'll explain exactly why it's so exciting that we're doing it. Don't get me wrong, you're thinking, hang on, this is quite a little ruler. It's a considered purchase. This will be one of the most useful rulers in your stash because once you've done your main cutting from your half metre, pieces, when you're working with like your fat eighths, your fat quarters, your charm squares, your pre-cuts, this is the ruler that you will be reaching for. So, let's do it. We have never crashed it before, never dropped the price on this before. So it doesn't need to be loads. We know the brand, we know how amazing this ruler is. We've done demonstrations with this ruler and we've got it under £50. First time ever under 50. Elsewhere, we found this ruler for over £60. If you go onto the Long River website, which I go and do majority of my price comparisons any day when I'm out shopping, look, that's £61, and it is an item from the US. I don't know what it says about shipping, but look, just be aware. One, the import, the imports and the shipping time, the shipping costs, but also be aware there are a lot of fakes, that look like this. That is actual Creative Grids brand. So I know I can confidently do, the comparison with that one. But that is over £60. We are under 50 today. We absolutely love it. And yes, we could stay there, but shall we start the show as we mean to go on? I told you, it's been a very busy morning and we have been preparing a fabulous show for you. So for anyone who's been on the fence, umming and ahhing on whether to get this Stripology Quarters Mini, today's the day to do it. It's always sold at £53.99. Today, £44.99. It's always sold at £53.99. And I mean, ever since the day it launched, it's sold very, 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 very well. I've only ever had a chance to talk about this for literally like a minute. And it's sold and loads sell every single time it goes on. The reason being, so let me just talk you through. Now we're at the price, just check out if you know that you want this ruler. It comes, by the way, when you first open it with this little sort of pamphlet. Don't throw it away because can you see here, it's got a little QR code and this is going to be your demonstration. It's got a video tutorial which we can show you clips of, but also when you open this out, you do also have full instructions in there. So your instructions are included, but it couldn't be easier to use. It looks quite sort of mathematic when you look at all of the different numbers, but actually it's cutting out the maths. It's cutting out having to work out those weird sizes that you get in quilting. Do you know, especially with this one, If you have got the Stripology Mini already, or if you've got the Stripology, this one is different. It actually has more slots. It has more slits. So here, it actually has double the amount of the cutting slits that you would see in the squared Mini. So this is now the quarter one. So you have slits every quarter of an inch, which gives you obviously lots of different possibilities. So you can cut 1/2 inch increments and every 1/8 of an inch as well. So your possibilities are kind of sort of endless with this. 1/2 inch increment seems very, very useful. So you can see all the 1/2 inch increments here. You can see every full inch increment as well. You can see every 1.5 starred here. You're still getting your halves, you're still getting your whole inch increments, but then the ones that are slightly staggered, which is great because you can see them, is every 1/8 of an inch, which is brilliant. Because how many patterns do you have that call for, 1 and 1 3/8 or 1 3/4, and you're thinking, oh, how do I work that out on my big ruler? You can literally cut it, and there's a great video tutorial, and the lady was actually doing little sort of washi tape stickers just to put exactly where she was going to cut, and it worked really, really well. So this is a little video. It's about 10 minutes long, so I'm not going to show it to you all now, but when you scan your QR code at home, it will take you straight to this video, which will show you how to fold your fabric. They're working with a fat quarter or a fat 1/8 here. Like a regular Stripology, you line it up with your straight line at the top, straight line at the bottom. There you go. You're lining it up with a straight line on your ruler and on your mat. And then you're lining it up with that first 0 line. She's slightly staggered the end, so you'll always get, no matter what your pattern, a clean first cut. And then I know that she'll always recommend using a 45mm rotary cutter. It will fit within those little slots. I like that you're not just limited to just those smaller measurements. You've still got your 1/2 inch and your full inch increments to be able to cut. So she's just cut that first slot there, and that's going to straighten up her edge. And then you can just cut strips if you want. You can cut into squares. You can cut into triangles. You can cut into hexagons. There are so many different shapes that you're going to be able to cut. But then look at this. Being able to sort of move those pieces aside, and you've got clean, precise cuts every single time. You can tell these rulers are made by quilters because the precision is amazing. And you don't need any sort of, specialist rotary cutter at all. So then she goes on showing different cuts that you can do. And then if you want to cut them into squares, you just turn them horizontally, line them all up in exactly the same way. Once again, you cut your selvage off. You can line them up with your 0 edge and then cut away. Oh, she is Ruby Star Society fabric. We like those. We were talking about how much we love that fabric. And then once again, just place your ruler within those slots and it will give you that clean cut. Great for making useful cuts out of your scrap fabrics as well. With the smaller rulers. Today we're going to be doing some fun scrap crazy quilts with Sarah, with Made and Making, and the Boro bags that are coming up with Cara later. This is going to be really useful actually from your scraps. Then can we go back to the video again, Ollie? Sorry. So here she's cutting into squares, but I also want to show you it has other uses as well. So can you see? On the ruler, it's got lots of different markings, and it's also got 2 diagonal lines here. This is the bit that I was thinking about, Hannah. So it's got 2 diagonal lines, one on the left and one on the right. Now, the left one is for left-handers, and the right one's for right-handers. And then, can you see she's got a 5-inch square? If you like to make half-square triangles, you line this square up into that diagonal slot, and then this line that she's pointing at here actually goes straight through your centre, and the 0, if you're left-handed, your 0 line will be going straight through the centre of your charm square on that side. And then, once again, 45mm, cut them, separate them, and you've got your pieces ready to go straight to the sewing machine to cut your half-square triangles. It doesn't end there, though. So imagine, you've then taken it to your sewing machine, you've sewn your sewing machine, and then you turn it round, and you've now got your square up side. So these are your pieces to square up. So then it doesn't end. It doesn't end. You have got every 1/4 of an inch. So the first marking here is 6 and a quarter, 5 3/4, 5 1/4, 4 3/4, 4 1/4, and so on and so forth. And each of the squares is in black and white. You can see them really clearly no matter what fabric you've got. And each of those go up to 6 1/4 inch square. So if you've got say cut to 3 3/4, you've then got your half square triangle. I don't know whether the lady on the demonstrations brings back in the half square triangle. There she is. So she's just sewn it up. She's marked up her ruler as well to make it really easy that she knows that's the size of the square that she wants to cut. It's also great visual for you to see now on telly. But then she's also marked with a bit of tape so she can remember where to cut at the bottom as well. If you line your diagonal lines, there's diagonal lines across here. So if you've got diagonal seams, you can cut then straight down to square up your half square triangles. Spin it round. If you've got your spinny mat, this is going to be brilliant. Once you've got it home, you'll use this QR code a lot, I think. You'll find lots of different ways. And the reason it's called Creative Grids is you can get creative and you can do so much with it. As I said, tiny little hexes for your EPP. You can do so many really cool sizes and shapes with this. And then again, just using those slots. Don't think just because you've got a stripology, you don't need this one, that this one isn't going to be needed, because this is going to be a perfect addition. It's got more measurements. It's going to be perfect for your smaller cuts. I'm thinking anybody who likes to work with fat quarters, anybody who likes to cut from fat eighths, anybody who likes to cut from charm squares and charm packs. This is ideal. If you've got scrap bags, if you like the idea of doing some crazy patchwork or foundation paper piecing, if you just want to cut smaller strips quickly and efficiently and precisely, this is the ruler for you. Let me know if you've got it already, because I know so many people that have purchased this. And just going back to the price, it's the first time that we have ever reduced it, ever. Morning all. I have bad sorry if I'm saying this wrong, neuropathy in my hands. I'm guessing this is a dexterity sort of problem. This ruler is great. It makes my cutting more accurate and far safer for me. This is a really good point, because personally, I don't have dexterity issues, but if I'm using a rotary cutter, I still tend to veer off. I don't know if I put too much pressure on or I tend to veer off. And I'm concerned that I'm not going to get the accuracy that I'd like. But anybody who struggles using, scissors or struggles to cut straight, then this is absolutely brilliant, because these little grooves that are within the ruler are going to keep you in line. On the back, I haven't even mentioned, one of the sort of patented features of Creative Grids are their non-slip grip. And it's a built-in technology. It's not a sticker on the back. It's not anything you need to spray. It is literally built in. And what that will do, it will allow your fabric to glide over, you allow your ruler to glide over your fabric, but it will not damage it. Now also, at the end of the video, it talks about fussy cutting. Now, these are slightly larger elements on this fabric, but I can show you. If you want to centralize, say, this bunny, because it's transparent, I can see exactly where this is going to fit, and I can think about my 1/4 inch seam allowance. I can think about exactly where it's going to be positioned. But she, again, lines up this deer in the center here and can cut to fussy cut it perfectly. You can tell Creative Grids are designed by quilters. They're designed by quilters for quilters. So it's not just like, here's a ruler, here's a few lines on it, here's a few numbers on it. I love the fact that, our Gerardine, if you're watching, how many Creative Grid rulers have you got? It's one of those that people build at their collection because they're so useful. There are some rulers that I'd say are great for certain quilt blocks. This one, you are going to be able to use it for so many of your patterns, so many of your projects. And I just like the idea of having a little ruler that's not as cumbersome. We had this conversation with Sarah this morning. She asked for different smaller rulers, and Kat went, but isn't a bigger one better? And I said, well, not all the time. No, Kat, actually, because if you it's how you use it. Sometimes you don't always want the biggest one because you want it to be more portable. You want to be able to take it to classes and workshops. You want to be able to take it on the move on your holidays if you're doing, you know, crafting on your own. Why am I getting a hot flush? So yes, we did teach Kat about how, no, actually, you don't always just need the big ones. Sometimes the little ones are just as useful. This one has blown me away with how much you can do, because I did think, I'm not going to lie, when I first saw it, I thought, hang on, I've got a Stripology, I've actually got the mini, and do I need one that has all these more intricate sizes? Yeah, I am, it's really warm. But I love the fact that you have got those slots at every full inch. So can I still cut my jelly rolls, my design rolls? Absolutely. You have got your 2.5 inch strips there straight away to cut, perfect 2.5 inch strips. You can layer it up. You can use it with quilting weight fabrics and it will cut through layers and layers. I'm pleased that it has 1/2 inch and full inch increments. And I wanted to clear that up because a lot of people are sort of saying, well, do I need this if it's just the 1/8 of an inch and the 1/4 of an inch? But no, you might not use them all the time, but actually the fact that you've got your full inch and your 1/2 inch, I think this makes it really, really useful. It means that you're going to be able to do your 1/2 square triangles, your 1/4 square triangles, your flying geese in 1/4 inch increments. This is a different ruler from the one that you've already got, Janet. So there is a Stripology Mini. They said, is this a different ruler? It's different to the one that you've got. The reason it's different, look, it actually says in the first bit here, the Stripology Quarters Mini Ruler is the same. It's the same size as the popular Stripology Squared Mini Ruler, but it has double the amount of cutting slits. The slits are every 1/4 of an inch. That gives you unique features not available in any other Stripology ruler. So now there are markings to cut 1/8 of an inch, as well as the turnaround feature for trimming up blocks in every 1/4 of an inch increments. So great for, as it says here, your 1/2 square triangles, 1/4 square triangles, flying geese, and it makes the perfect fit for every Stripology ruler's family. So if you have got other ones, this is going to be another great addition. Don't think, oh, I've already got it, because actually these are the ones with the extra slots now. I didn't see Susie's original demo, so I thought, right, I've seen this once, and I thought, oh, this is great. And I thought, no, I need to watch the video and see what is different and how it differs with the 1/4. And I learned so much in that 10 minutes of watching the video. So with you at home, when you've got the ruler and you can have a play around with it, it's the chance to do it whilst it's on early bird today, because let's face it, tomorrow it will be £53.99. If you choose to go elsewhere, it can cost you over £60 for the exact same ruler, and we're not quite sure on the shipping and the import tax on that one, as it is an American product. We're very, very lucky. We do have the relationship that we have with Creative Grids, because I mean, we're able to get the access, but then we're also able to reduce it, which is brilliant for us. Maybe because I know it had that one show with Susie where she demoed it, but since then, I don't know if it's had a demonstration or the time dedicated to it to tell you how amazing it is. Make the most of it. Also, it's never had that price. Thank you, Hannah. We could have stayed at £59.99. We'd have still been over £10 cheaper than the Amazon website, whereas actually £44.99. I like the fact that it works with a regular 45 mil rotary cutter. You're not having to buy any specialist blade. You're not going to have to go and buy another bit of kit. You can use it with your ruler. I like it that it's not just a marking tool as well. That's about all of the, when you first see it, especially in its pack, if it were on a shelf in a shop, I would presume it was, something that I'd mark with a pencil, but actually no, you use it with your cutting, so you can make strips really quickly. But strips into squares, squares into triangles. There are brilliant demonstrations to be able to do from strips into hexes. So because you've got all your diagonal lines here, it's brilliant. I like the fact that you can cut your charm squares really precisely in half without, having to draw the line, then mark it. It just makes everything very quick, very efficient. But my main reason is very precise. You're going to get that accuracy. If you struggle with the numbers and the maths of working out on your ruler, where is that 3/4 inch marking? Where is that 1/8 of an inch marking? You can see the 1/8 of an inch, by the way, for anybody who's wondering. You can see your 0 line here can you come really close, Ollie? Because it's a bit difficult to show unless you're really close. There is a line that is just left of this zero line. Can you see? So that's where you would then butt up your fabric. So I'd still do my zero cut to get my straight edge, and then I'd shimmy the fabric over. So if you're wanting to make your 1/8 of an inch markings, cuts, that's how you do it. So obviously your slots don't change. They're still in your 1/2 inch and your 1/2 inch increments, and then your 1/4 inch increments are here. But then if you want to do your 1/8 of an inch, you've got that extra bit there, which is brilliant. I think a lot of people have realised today it's not the same as the mini. It's not the same. It's offering a lot more than the mini. So yes, it's brilliant. I love the fact that you can square up your blocks as well, because how many times do you do half square triangles and you think they're not quite the size that the pattern has called for? How do I make my squares the right size to do that? So you've got them here, all marked up for you. What an amazing early bird. I told you it was a good one today. Want to be able to reduce creative grids, and not one that we've had, in the building for years and years. This is one of the newbies, but also to be able to have one that's going to be really useful. There's no other stripology that gives you this amount of markings, a third cheaper than the Long River website. So, and we're at P&P paid now for the day, £3.95 paid for the day. And trust me, this is going to come in handy for lots of your projects today, whether you're working with Cara or Sarah. I'll show you today's menu and how this is going to be useful. So this first hour, we have got fabulous fabrics. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love the paisley, the petrol paisley, new collection, and the brand new extra wide. Oh, let's do it in a minute. We've got the brand new extra wide. I'll show you in a second. This is like a second early bird, by the way. I'll show you in a moment. We then got Sashiko Cushions. Ollie was absolutely taken aback that Cara had hand-stitched all of her beautiful... She was like, is this an embroidery machine that's done this? And I can see why. There's some embroidery machines that do Sashiko stitches like that. No. Cara has hand-stitched. She's designed these beautiful cushions. She's an amazing embroiderer, hand stitch. Oh, it's off the charts. And she's designed our brand new Sashiko bags as well. If you've been collecting her different Sashiko makes, this is the brand new Boro Bag. It's combining Sashiko and Boro, two different Japanese techniques, which we'll talk about, two different mending techniques. But this is going to be another way of using up your scraps and your Stripology Mini. We've done bundles with fat quarters. We've got a really lovely one that she's demoing with as well. So that's coming up later. And then we've also got Sarah from Make and Making coming in with crazy fun sampler. They will be displayed all over the set. This is previously sold out, but look how cool this is. Great way of showing off some of your favourite blocks. That's the previous sellout one. This one is gorgeous. If you love working with your charm squares. In fact, you can actually do it with 10-inch squares as well. This is like the mini version, and you can do it with the big ones. That's today. We've got the fabric to do this beautiful paprika colourway. That's coming up later on at 10 o'clock. And then at 12, flip and stitch and reverse it. Is that what it's called? This cool tote bag. It's just flip and stitch. This is it. Your flip and stitch tote bag. It's got a concealed zip pocket inside as well. Love it. Like the fabric. They cook cups. Wow, I love those. And the fruit, the fancy fruit. What are they called? Those fancy fruits that you have. I can't remember. I can't remember what they're called, but it's lovely fabric. All coming up later. Oh, look at this. We've just done the menu. Oh, we're supposed to do how to get in touch, but can we do our second early bird? Because look, this is so perfect for your spring makes, for your Easter makes, for all your projects. Now, just before you see the price, I want to show you how much fabric you're getting. I might need Kat to come and help me hold it, because look, it goes on and on and on. Hannah, you might need to come in, because I don't think Kat's in here. Look at all this. Imagine making an Easter, even just a table runner, adding this into wicker baskets for Easter. This would be so lovely. Oh, we've got a lot of baskets and boxes and things going on our desk this morning, but Look, for a dress. What about a beautiful floral wrap dress? Is this brand new, Hannah?
Yeah, brand new.
Brand new. It's lovely, isn't it? We're calling it backing, but I'm thinking of fronts of quilts. I'm thinking of dresses. I'm thinking of bags, Easter and spring, cushions. Absolutely beautiful. Also the front of your quilt. I think that's lovely. Just to be able to get extra wide fabric in your stash. Ignore the word backing, just the fact that you're getting amazing colours, 100% cotton. This is extra wide if you've got a large quilt that you want to back, or if you've got a dressmaking pattern that calls for wider fabric. That's the only reason it's called backing, is because it would be ideal for a backing of a quilt, as you don't have to piece it. But that is lovely. Perfect timing for your spring makes. Never been seen before, brand new in today, $12.99. Bearing in mind, this is more than double the width of your regular quilting weight fabric, more than double the width. And you're getting so much for your money, just £12.99, 100% cotton. And of course, you can now buy off the bolt. So if you want multiple units, add 2 to your order if you want a metre, add 3 to your order if you want a metre and a half. If you are thinking of lots of projects, decorating your garden with lovely garden cushions, new cushions, a kneeling stool for gardening, an apron for your gardening. Oh, for spring, for summer. Can't wait now. I can't wait for some spring. You know when you spend so much time piecing the front of your quilt, you spend so much time and money, let's face it, on the front of your quilt. The other 50% of the quilt is the back. It shouldn't be let down. You want to make sure it looks as beautiful on the back as it does on the front. I think you were talking to Janet Clare about this the other day. So this is beautiful. Equally so, look, if you are just using this for your stash, if you're fussy cutting, how lovely for these flowers. Use it with some of your solids. 100% cotton duvet cover would be stunning. It's really wide. We've got a solids bundle that's coming up for your Paisley petrol. I'm just going to throw caution to the wind and say, look, Petra, sorry, did I say petrol? Look, Hannah, can I say this actually works? Maybe without these two, but these three definitely work so well. I'd probably add like a yellow. Lightweight summer curtains. Oh, it would really brighten up a room. I'm thinking a lovely table runner for Easter. Are you hosting Easter lunch? You could make lovely little things with this. Easter baskets, Easter bonnets, bucket hats and dungarees. Love it. Oh my gosh, how's it 8:30? I haven't even had a sip of my coffee yet. We've been so busy because of the early bird special, the guests. There was a lot going on this morning, as you can imagine. We've also got a really lovely new collection as well that's so affordable. There's some really, really great deals this morning. Really great deals this hour. Right, keep checking out on that one. There's lots of you coming through for that. Yeah, the arty one. There's another new one that's come in, and this is really, really cool as well. Oh, I love it. I love it. Look at this. Peace, love, hope, patience, gratitude, soul, dreams. I'm not just saying all these words. They are the words that are on there. Today, the sky, tomorrow, now. I love this. Right, I want this on the front. I want this as a wrap dress, a circular skirt. This would be really cool for dressmakers. But also, a backing of a quilt would be gorgeous. A cave quilt, you know, something that's really arty. Love, you, me, hope, earth. This is so cool. Storage boxes. I love that it's all been done. Almost looks like it's been written by hand. Oh, it's warm in here today, isn't it? Really warm in here. £12.99 a half metre. 224 centimetres wide. That is 108 inches wide. The cushions are cool as well, aren't they? You're getting a lot of different colours. I absolutely love that. That is really cool, isn't it? Oh, there's loads of you taking advantage of, a few meters of this. That is really, really lovely. The quality of it as well doesn't differ. Please don't think because it's saying that it's, extra wide backing fabric. It's still 100% cotton. It's quilting weight. It's ideal for the front of your quilt or the back of your quilt. It's great for any of your projects. I am thinking big bags. What about like storage bags? Or, storage tubs. Do you know, I know a lot of people that are going to absolutely love this fabric. The quality of the printing as well. It looks literally like it's been, it's just watercolours, isn't it? And it is so wide. Kat's coming in to show you the other half of it, look. If you are making bags, this is going to go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. You've got a lot of fabric here. You can't even see Kat. There we go. Do, 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 do. If you want to use this for lining, imagine a lining on a jacket. Very sort of Paul Smith vibe, isn't it, having this as a lining? A bit arty on the inside. I love that. Lining on a bag. And it's so affordable. If you were to be looking at just half a metre like that, it would be about that wide, and it would be, what, $7.99? Maybe $7.49 at a push. But the fact that you're getting more than double the amount for $12.99, it's fantastic. Brilliant value for money. And I love it from a distance that it looks really cool that you've got all of these different colours. Depending on the size, you could probably make, how many cushion fronts do you think? Just visually, if we're thinking, right, one, let's do it. One, say 2, 3, 4. I'm going to say conservatively 5. You would definitely be able to make more depending on your size. Just cushion front, I mean, like, you're going to be able to do loads. And then you've got choice of solids to be able to do. Also, your bundle again, Hannah. Get your bundle to go with. That's lovely. If you do, say, 5 cushions, cushion fronts, get your thing, they're going to look, what? They're not going to be even £5. They're going to look great on your stall as well because they're really different. And I love the fact that they've got all of those really lovely inspirational little quotes, little handwritten messages. Who's the designer of this? It's lovely. Colour Story, it's called. Wyndham Fabrics. I'm not sure the name of the designer, but they're so lovely. Things like notebook covers and journals. They'd be really lovely. For gifts for people, they're really nice, aren't they? If you do them on the school. You could actually hand stitch over these, couldn't you, some of them? Hannah would be then stitching naughty words in there as well. She's wild. She's crazy. Half the stock's gone, the other half's in baskets. Oh, I'm not going to see this again, am I? I'd love to see this in a project. I want to see when we meet. Hope, music, more truth, more truth. These are all the words we need to put on the back wall. You know, we've got the inspirational words in our gallery. This would be perfect. We need this fabric hanging. Oh, I want to see Adam Brooks make something with this, like a lovely dress. Oh, it's going to go. It's going to go. Now, just without, without actually trying, Hannah's made a solid bundle to go with those first 2 fabrics. These are lovely. It was actually going with the Paisley collection that we had. My Petra, solid bundle in your teal, your purple, the claret, the pink, the lilac. They're all lovely together, aren't they? First time we've done this bundle together. They look really nice. Good choice, Hannah. I'll show you with the Petra. Works really, really, really well. But then if you just got any of this fabric, if you're adding any to your order, if you bought your mini creative grids or if you're buying anything, you can check up multiple times and you'll still only pay once postage and packaging, and it's definitely worth getting involved today because everything sort of ties together, which is nice. And it's unintentionally happened. You would think that we planned it all to work together. Oh yeah, in the dress rehearsal earlier when we did this, you know, the run before, we do the whole show before we come live, all 5 hours, and we didn't realise how much it all ties together perfectly. Imagine if we had to do rehearsals. Morning, Tracy. Morning, Donna. Morning, Claire. Half a metre of each of these. These are lovely to be able to do. Imagine, you know, if you're starting trying to build up your own colourway of the New Mexico quilt, for example, or if you've got a quilt in mind that you're thinking, right, I want to try my own colour palette, it's worth doing, you know, getting bundles like this when our expert team have put together colours for you. And if you then maybe take a couple from this collection, this is going to work really, really well. So we've put together a mega bundle. A mega is a mega bundle together. These are all lovely. Which was the panel? Is it that one? I'll show you the panel because it is a panel. These are all half-metre cuts, but the panel's slightly different. Oh, these are lovely. Just to show you next to these, the solid bundle is the side graphics, or will be in a moment. And here, this is the panel that you get with them as well. Oh, I love this. This is lovely, Hannah. Wow. Oh, does anyone else feel like utopia, fabulous festivals? I don't know whether it was that the words of inspiration that's got to me, but these are lovely. I think it's got to be. I'm going to be speaking love and words of affirmation all day. Oh yeah, I'm going to Dear Zoo at the theatre later. Satin Moon. Well, Hannah thought I was going to something. She was like, who's that? What did you think I say? The Zoo. She thought it was like a call. I said, no, I'm going to watch Dear Zoo. You know, the kids' Papa book. Half a metre. Paisleys. I could do that. I could do it. Ollie's telling me about MC Grammar, who was rapping the Gruffalo on the radio the other day. I know every word to the Gruffalo. Yeah, reluctantly. I must say, I do like it. A mouse took a stroll through a deep, dark wood. Is it that one? An owl saw the mouse and the mouse looked good. Is it like that? Yeah. See, I told you I could be MC Vicky G or Vicky C now. I know all the words inside and out. And I know the Gruffalo Child, the sequel, inside out too. Stickman, yeah. Zog. The Snail and the Whale is lovely if you get to watch that one. That's on the it's on the BBC iPlayer with what's his name, Rob Brydon. No, I've not watched Wonka. Is it good? Yeah, well, that was what put me off because I love the first one. Right, £73.91, and you do get how many half metres? 8 half metres and 1 panel. The colours are amazing. If you're a fan of Cafe, you will love the colour, the paisley prints. It's all about colour this morning, isn't it? That's a great bundle. Right, the colour story, there's literally 2 metres left. So if you want 4 units, you can grab that, and then that's gone. That's sold out. I don't think we'll see that again. Right, let's do panel on its own, because I think that this is going to be really lovely for lots of projects. It could make a really nice, I mean, you could use it for a wall hanging and just quilt it as it is. Or you could cut this into small cushions. I did think in squares. Central blocks on a quilt. You don't even need to sort of capture the whole circle or the whole paisley print. It all goes together no matter where you cut this. They could be 4 really good central blocks. I'm wondering whether, let me get my ruler. I'm just going to get a ruler, bear with. I want to just see. There we go. So if you do want to cut squares, I'm going to forget this little border around here. But if you want to cut, this is a 12-inch ruler. 1, 2. So I'm just thinking if you wanted to cut 12-inch, I just don't know whether you might have to use this, which would be nice anyway, to use this stripe. Let's have a look. So that goes up to here. Let's have a look. I'm just roughly looking. If you wanted to cut 10-inch squares, 10-inch squares, you're going to be able to cut loads. You'll definitely get your 4 10-inch squares with fabric left over. £9.99 for your full panel. And remember, if you are multi-buying this, remind me, Hannah, they come cut like this, don't they? They come pre-cut like this. This would be lovely. Yeah, if you wanted to just practice your quilting. Maybe you've got your new stitch regulator and you want to be practicing a bit of free motion. This would be really, really nice to quilt. Maybe you've got some Pars rulers and you just want to quilt it. If you want to use it on as a bag. The measurements, it says 60. So obviously you're getting your just over ½ a metre basically in size. That's really nice, isn't it? What I would do, potentially, is get this at £9.99 and then get the solids, and that's going to make it go a really long way if you are going to be doing, even, you know, Sarah's scrap crazy quilt that she's doing, the sampler. This would be really nice in these colours, and you can add in some of the patterns, but then you can add in some of these as well. Have we still got any of the solid bundles? There they are. So for the sake of £28.95, so, you know, less than £30, and you're getting lots of fabric there to be able to do your sampler or to be able to do a really nice bag with a lining and a strap and have lots of fabric to be able to play with. I think that's a really nice bundle together. Talking about bundles, the mega bundle, the Petra mega bundle, is now in single figures. So if you want all of the ½ meters to go with your panel, look, you do get all of these. Are we going to go through these individually as well? Fab. I love this blue. That's really different, isn't it? That jade. It works. It's completely sort of, I mean, you could just stick with purples and pinks, you know, but actually adding in that jade, oh, nice. The designers really thought hard about what colours are going to work. You don't have to use the whole ½ metre in your design. You've got that to just put pops of colour to tie in with the sort of jadey blues on your panel. Look. There's lots of these lovely blues. Is it all right? Sorry, Hannah's not talking about the bundle. Me going, is it all right? She just went, that's a nice cup of coffee you've made. I did it in about 20 seconds. It was the quickest cup of coffee I've ever made. Gail, yeah, just on the panel. We'll do the panel for you, Gail. Here we go. There it is. Are you hot in there as well? I can't even, oh. Yeah, can you turn it down even more? Can we get it blasting? Bit of cool. You know when it's either really warm or cold in here, isn't it? It never seems to be just right, just right. Yeah. This one is brand new. Never been seen before. I would love, love, love this. I think that is so nice. Have you seen that technique when people do EPP and then sort of make these kaleidoscopes? That's what it looks like you've done. It looks amazing. I was thinking, oh, you could do that, but you don't need to with these medallions. Oh, it almost looks three-dimensional, doesn't it? Because they're layered up. That's really clever. 1/2 metre. Let me show you what it looks like from a distance, because if you're thinking of like a nice weekend bag or quilted jacket would be cool. It reminds me of a bit of crochet. Yeah, Janie Crow. Hang on, Janie Crow. I keep getting mixed up with her name now because she's got her brand Janie Crow. But you know the lovely, it's Jane Crowfoot who does the amazing crochet designs. The Persian tiles, things like that. This is so nice. Does remind me of that. It looks like a crocheted design, doesn't it? And then you look closely and it looks like watercolour paintings. It's just amazing. You've got this really solid purple background and then the ombres of orange, the ombres of purple. Gorgeous. That whole mega bundle, by the way, is really limited. So if you do want this within the mega bundle, be quick because there's certain fabrics that are close to selling out. So I think we'll struggle to make that mega bundle again. 1/2 metre, but if you are thinking of larger projects, that's your chance to get it because you can now buy off the bolt. In the mega bundle, they come as 1/2 metre cuts. That's really nice. Even if now you're thinking, right, that bundle I know is 18 or just less than £19. If I just want one hero print and then have my solids to go with it, that'd be really nice because this I think is really good value for money. If you're getting this at £7.99 and then you're going to put all of these great value solids as well, it's going to go an awfully long way, isn't it, for the sake of, again, less than £30. £7.99 for your 1/2 metre and less than £20. £7.99 for your 1/2 metre, £18.95 for all of your 2.5 metre solid fabrics. They're from our range, but we think that they complement this perfectly. Right, that one's new. Right, go on, throw me another code, Hannah. Can we do this blue? Because this sort of stands out, doesn't it? I always am drawn to like a turquoise fabric. I do think they are lovely. Imagine again doing a lining, or I'm thinking, right, if you want to do some really, really plush cushions along with velvet, would you go for a darker velvet? What colour would you go for? Imagine having like a velvet jacket with this as your lining, or a velvet bag with this as your lining, or a cushion with a velvet piping and a velvet back. I do think that this is so opulent. It has that feel that it will work really well with velvet. £7.99 for your medallion blue. The velvet purple, which is that lovely deep purple, is sold by the 1/2 metre and it's £5.99. I mean, you're seeing it in a big chunk here, but I'd be thinking maybe just as a binding or a piping. We have the same print again, but in the deeper purple. There we go. Paisley prints. And it looks quite blue on screen, but it's actually purple. It's still very detailed, isn't it? Within the Paisley prints, you can still see lots and lots of detail. It's lovely. They could have been easily not bothered, but you can see the quality of the printing. That looks like a peacock feather. Really clever. Gorgeous, gorgeous. And don't forget, if you are getting your solids bundle, all of these are going to work. Hannah's singing, underground, overground, wobbling free. She's like, why is it in my head? I'd rather that in my head than Ave Maria. I was singing Ave Maria all the way here, learning it for a wedding, and I came in literally singing it, but Hannah's singing Wombles. Is it because you're singing? Is it because you're singing it at a wedding as well? Remember, you're a Womble. And that's why. Remember, you're a Womble. I love this one. Look, you've got all gorgeous backgrounds changing in the background. It looks like it's been wood block printed in the background. I really tried to articulate as well because Hannah said that's so wrong. Wood block print. Try say it, Ollie. Wood block printed, wood block printed, wood block printed. It's one of those red lorry, yellow lorry, isn't it? Like this shape as well. This is very, very similar to a Pars ruler shape. So if you want to do some really lovely quilting, if you got those Pars rulers that were launched the other day, fabulous. Got another big paisley print from Barnsley. Oh, back of a waistcoat, yes, would look fabulous. Pocket square and tie and things, this would be lovely. Nice shirt or blouse. Remember, you can still do dressmaking with quilting fabric. Just be aware, obviously, it's a quilting weight. Obviously, you don't want to choose a pattern that's... You're always aware of what fabrics are going to suit, the pattern. If you're after a really drapey viscose or something, then, or a jersey, then this is going to be suitable. But if you want something that's asking for a lightweight, cotton, then this is going to be lovely. Should we do the other sort of mandala? We've got another larger mandala one, which is with the cream background. This is really nice. I like this a lot. I think the different scales of print are going to work very, very well with your quilting. And if you did get your lovely little Stripology mini, this is great for fussy cutting some of these. If you want to centralise some of these little mandalas, look, they'd look so nice. Little mini charm squares, lowest price that has ever been, by the way. If you had a bit of a lie-in this morning, it was the early bird, can you believe? Bearing in mind, this is a new ruler to me. I've only ever seen it once, and that was only for 1 minute. So this was that was part of a ruler show. So if you've missed it, it's not the normal Stripology mini, it's the quarters, which means you've got more slots. And actually, we've reduced it for the first time ever. It's normally $53.99 here. Elsewhere, we've seen it selling for over £60. So that's why it's absolutely flown out today. Make the most of it whilst you can. That is a great purchase. Any questions you have, let me know. It's really, really great for fussy cutting. We have 2 others. Oh, and we really want to do these because they're absolutely flying on pre-order and they're brand new. You've seen the prices of them, I believe, on the web, and that's why they're flying. Yeah, we'll come to that in a moment. Yeah, they're like brushed cotton, aren't they? Nothing else like that. I love them. So this is the pink, and it also comes in the purple as well. I like that it's like the shadowed effect. They think about everything, especially if you're looking for the bundle. You've got it all there. You've got your blenders and your mixers. You've got your larger prints, your different scales of print, your tone on tones. See, that one is really nice instead of using a solid, do you know what I mean, for any of your quilting. If you've got other fabrics as well, that is going to work really well with your capes, with your Odeals, with some of your Tulas, with some of your Tildas even. It's going to look nice. If you manage to get your extra wide backing fabric, I sold out. Just like, put it away. It's gone. Don't tease us. The mega bundle comes with the 2 tonal ones, your massive panel. Also comes with then the mandalas, the paisleys. Oh, right, okay, you are going to have to, Hannah will be filming. You have not got many chances. There are 7 remaining, and there are 15 of you who have got this in your basket. If you want the very last 7, it doesn't make sense. The baskets are oversubscribed. Panel, 8.5 metres, £73.91. Lovely collection. Yeah. I don't even know what it is, but I love a freebie. I heard the word freebie. There's an email last night. Go on. There's free tea. Did you say tea light? Candles? Oh, yeah, I like a tea light. Oh, a vanilla ambered musk soy light tea candle freebie in the kitchen. See, we have really good channels here that do all sorts of lovely candles and homewares and different lifestyles and things, primal. And so every time they put little samples for us to try, we're all over it, aren't we? When Hannah and myself and Kat went to Costco, you know, every aisle they have a little snack. We tried everything, didn't we? And we, you know, when you have to, you know, you try from the sampling aisle and you're like, I wonder if the NEC do sampling little things for us this weekend at the Creative Craft Show. They're bound to have little nibbles, just freebies, you know, on different stores, aren't they? We've got a tombola. Have a go on tombola, but I love anything like that. Okay, right. Sorry, I got distracted by freebies, candles. So this is a bundle. Now, you've got an extra treat here because you've noticed the price. This is a 2.5 metre bundle for less than £25. But you don't be able to see on the graphics that this actually is a brushed cotton. So, I mean, if you are making cushions, anything for babies, this is lovely. Look at this. How affordable this is. You would think that it would probably be, you know, lower, maybe lower quality, but really nice little prints. I thought it might be a poplin, not a flannel. These are lovely. £24.95 for all of them. They are beautiful. Oh, here's our little candles. Oh, they're nice. They smell really nice. They've got big hearts on. Love in Paris. Oh, thank you very much. So you've got here your little bunnies and hedgehogs. You've got your foxes, your little butterflies and toadstools and flowers, butterflies. This is really lovely. Now, they're available individually by the half metre, and I'm just going to tell you now, they're £4.99 half metre. Grab them whilst you can. But if you do want the bundle of all half metres, maybe you want to fussy cut these, make little key rings. £24.95. Right, we'll do the half metres. Individually, let me show you what they look like. They are baby in bloom, beautiful, 100% cotton. Oh, and they are absolutely gorgeous. And they are flannel. £4.99 a half metre. These are adorable, absolutely adorable. Anybody who's fussy cutting, look. If you're doing beautiful little quilting bits, this, I say new ruler, this early bird special ruler, which is one of the newest. It's in your side graphics. It's great for squaring up, great for fussy cutting, great for strip piecing. But when you're working with lovely flannel, a baby quilt, a new baby quilt. I've seen flannel for nearly £8 a half metre. This is £4.99. £4.99. What? Do you know, oh, look at the little bear and the rabbit making friends. And you've got the little deer. £4.99. I'm thinking lovely little notebook covers, baby bags, little baby clothes. You could do some lovely brushed flannel dungarees. Oh, they are absolutely lovely. Let's do the foxes. Is it this one or the fox in the background, did you say? Full fox. Little drawstring bags. It's actually affordable to be able to make quilts as gifts at £4.99, isn't it? If you're doing, you know, like the size that we're doing later on with Sarah in our 10 o'clock show, this would be a really lovely size as a little baby play mat. You could even back it with this if you want, so it's really soft. That'd be lovely. I do like the idea of doing a nice baby bag with it as well. You can do bag making with it. It's a flannel. It's absolutely lovely, 100% cotton. It's washable. For a little play mat, this is perfect. Oh, I love it. I can't believe the price of it for flannel. That is so good. And these are your chances now to buy by the half metre. They're brand new in today and they're out today. Way over half the stock has already gone and loads in baskets. The only other one that has got the little animals on. I say this for baby makes. This could be for anybody. How about some really lovely cushions for in a garden room, or a nice little purse for somebody? Who doesn't love a hedgehog? Oh, £4.99. £4.99, and I love the background colour on this. Even just for your home decor, like doing lovely little storage tubs. Ollie has got hedgehogs in the front garden, a family of hedgehogs in his front garden. He's been taught how to make hedgehog homes. What do you need to do to make a hedgehog home? Need a bend in the entrance so that cats and foxes can't get to them. Okay, and what do they eat?
Oh, cat food.
Cat food. They eat cat food. That's cats. Cats telling them they eat cat food. Your food.
Yes, my food.
They eat cat food. They're lovely. And water. Right, so we do the butterflies. These would be nice as like little makeup bags, actually. Makeup bags and purses, small handbags, drawstring bags for gifts for people. They'd be lovely, not just baby makes. Lots you can do with this. Oh, I'd make the most of it. Lounge pants. Oh, yes. Yeah, making a nice pyjama set. You know, like a buttoned up pyjama set. You know, like Jules has done the pattern before. They'd be really nice in this. £4.99. It makes it affordable again, because if you are having to buy multiple units, if you're doing £8 a half metre and have to buy 4 metres, it ends up being quite costly. Whereas less than £5 a half metre is a bit more manageable, isn't it? Then this one's got a lovely spearmint green. That is lovely. Once again, fussy cutting. Look. Your butterflies. Your little toadstools. You can centralise them and fussy cut for your quilting. So even the smaller elements, that's what these are brilliant for. Is for fussy cutting smaller elements. Your side graphics there, it doesn't say the price. Your price on this one is, I can't even remember. It was not £61 like Amazon. It's not $53.99 like our normal price. It's now $44.99. $44.99. Brand new at that price. It's never been at that price before, needless to say. It's only ever been at $53.99. At midnight tonight, it will go back up there. We're very impressed with that price. Very impressed. Mega bundle in flannel. If you do want to make a lovely quilt. Over half the stock has gone. Great price. I mean, look, to be able to have 2.5 metres of fabric for under £25 is fabulous. They are lovely, aren't they? Oh, brushed cotton, super soft, flannel fabrics. £24.99. Take advantage of those because they are really good value. Just so you know, the Petra, there's 1 mega bundle left. 1 mega bundle. Okay, we're going to a break because Cara's ready and setting up over on the other side of the set. Stay with us because we have got her beautiful brand new panels which have got the instructions on them as well, that have got the Sashiko stitching ready to go. And they're less than £15. So if you already opened your order this morning, stay with us. Cara Ackerman is joining me after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only one P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Welcome back. Very excited for this hour. We have got Cara Ackerman with us. And hello, Cara.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Jolly
Very good.
Look, he's always hand stitching. Whenever we see you, we're always busy, aren't you? Always
Can't
busy.
understand.
Lots of people have already started building up their collection of Cara's Sashiko pieces. Today's is beautiful. I just want to show you nice and closely on this one because this is a real compliment. Ollie's first question was that done on the machine? It looks like it's been done on an embroidery machine because there are embroidery machines that do Sashiko
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
This is all done by hand, but it's achievable. It is achievable. I said to Ollie, it's a running stitch. You can do it. Cara's even put the guide on there for you. We've got the demonstration. But honestly, I wish I could repeat the words that he said after Cara said, I've done it by hand. There were a few
Expletives.
Expletives, beeps. But it's totally achievable and it looks amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's going to be a lovely, lovely project to be able to do for anybody who's, got a bit of time, whether you're going away, you want to do some hand stitching in front of the television, you want just even 10 minutes to be able to do a little bit, just a little bit of an evening. It's going to build it really quickly because it is literally your Sashiko running stitch, which we'll talk about with Cara. Now, the price is in. You do not need anything else. Maybe some threads if you want, if you haven't already got them. But what is amazing is that for that price, you don't need to add instructions to it because look, they're all printed on. So this front panel here in this beautiful burnt orange, it's like this lovely terracotta. Can you see? It's lighter than some of the printing because you want to be able to see it to stitch over it, but then you don't want it to be the main dominant thing. So as you get this home, you will be able to see these really clearly, but you've got all of your stitch markings on the front to be able to do your lovely cushion. And instructions for the cushion are there. You've then also got your envelope back, enough fabric to be able to do a really nice overlap as well, which is beautiful fabric. There's your assembly of the cushion. And then this size here is an extra. So you also have the chance to be able to do a lovely little pouch. So for $14.99, you have got your pouch and your cushion. I mean, how amazing is that? And your instructions, which are along the bottom bit here. You're not going to have to add instructions at an additional cost. You've got the lining and everything for your little pouch. There isn't instructions for the pouch, but you have got that optional extra for this. Otherwise, it would have been just, plain bit of fabric with nothing on. So Cara's very kindly designed another little pouch to be able to put here, which is simple construction we can talk through in a moment, but value for money. And look at that. This colourway is flying out. Absolutely beautiful. I really like it just with your, your solid white. Is that an ivory or a white?
I think that one's an ivory.
Ivory.
Yeah, and what we tried to do with the panels was actually go with slightly different colours, so not the traditional Sashiko colours. So you'll find sort of, some unusual colours there, and that burnt orange is just beautiful.
Isn't it? Are these traditional Sashiko stitches?
They are
patterns?
traditional, yeah. Traditional Sashiko stitches and patterns, but just with a modern twist to them.
And I must say, you've done sort of the hard work for us, transferring the designs. Because,
Lou did.
Lou's done it for us.
Yes.
But it is great. I mean, don't get me wrong. Later on, we're going to be talking about how to transfer designs with our Boro Bag, so it's easily done. But I love the fact that this is something that you can literally just get started with.
Yep.
Go for it. So if you are a bit nervous about transferring a design onto fabric, it's done for you there. It's done. So you've got your really lovely cushion front, envelope back. I love the fact that everybody is welcome to take part in this project. Initially, when you see that cushion, it looks something that is maybe a bit daunting, or that's a lot of hand stitching to do. Cara, how long would a project like this take you to do? Is it something you pick up and put down? Or
yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's not something that you would sit and have to, do from start to finish. A lot of embroideries, you want to sort of finish a flower or finish a leaf or something like that. With the Sashiko, it's just, you just get carried away with it, and and it's just so easy. Even children would be able to do it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it, anybody who's tried, counted cross stitch or anything like that where you're having to count. Is there anything like that? No?
No, it's much, much easier. Much, much easier. And if you can just hold a needle and thread in your hand, you can create this.
Brilliant, brilliant. And we will show you, you know, any bits of threads that you might want to add on, your interfacings and things. But we have other colourways today. There's so many of you got this in your basket. This will be a sellout show, by the way. Just warning you, it's very, very, very busy today. The panels, I must say, are fantastic value for money. The fact that you're getting your additional extra, the little bag's nice and simple to be able to construct as well, isn't it?
Definitely, I can talk you through that.
Thank you. Right, we have our blue, Petrol blue. Okay, this is my fave. I love this. This is what I think of, Cara, when I think of Sashiko, is these sort of the blue,
blues,
teals.
that's right, yes.
And then the creams on top. I mean, we've got some really funky, different colour variegated threads and all sorts, but I love this. Quarter of the stock checked out on pre-order. I think this colour is very, very popular in home decor, isn't it?
It is, definitely.
And very traditional sort of colour for Sashiko. You've got your envelope back. You don't even need to think about what you're going to back your cushion with. It's all going to tie in beautifully. Your instructions here, your cutting instructions, your how-to, anything that you need to know. Making the cushion back is here as well. And then you've got your optional extra. If you want to make it into the extra pouch, brilliant. If you've got a different idea in mind, you've just got extra fabric there, which I love. I mean, you might want to do this on the front of, if you're a card maker, you could stick it onto the front of a card.
Definitely.
Make this into a little, you know, fussy cut this and put it as a key ring. Stuff it if you want. Use that as the back and stuff it.
Yep.
If you wanted to do it as a key ring. Loads of different ways that you could use that. You can make your little pouch like this to keep your Sashiko on-the-go bits and bobs, because it is a really great on-the-go project. If you've got any appointments, or if you're sat commuting on a train or a coach or on a plane, just check with your airline, obviously, with the things like your little thread snips and your needles. Every airline's different, but a lot of them do allow, you know, for your hand sewing. So find out. Cara, do you know the size of the cushion? The size?
16 by 16, I'm
Thank
sure.
you. Thanking you. There's more of you who've got this one in your basket than we have availability. I love that colourway. That one will sell out. What colourway are you working with there? Have you got the green?
The green.
Let's have a look at the green.
Because the design's slightly different from the green one.
Different design?
Yes.
Okay, so what design have we got here? Oh, like fans.
Yes.
Look at this. Meadow. Right, so you can see here, you've got this lovely sort of border. You've got the fans design. Right, so if it's a different design, am I talking more difficult? Am I talking different stitches?
Not at all. It's still Sashiko. It's still running stitch.
Oh, nice.
It's still just enjoy. I've actually started my one with the variegated, just to show you how you can do it with the variegated. But if you wanted to, you could do it with a plain colour. And if with your home decor, you love the green, but maybe you've got some brown in the room or something like that, you can use some of the other Sashiko threads as well.
Oh, look, is this the...
That's the little pouch, yeah.
Oh, hang on, sorry.
Sorry.
It's fine, you can bring it towards your phone. That's fine, brilliant.
Yep.
That looks lovely in the ombres.
It's
I
really
love it rumbled around the
pretty.
edge as well.
Yes, yeah.
And we're thinking very sort of Art Deco, this is, isn't
Oh,
it?
definitely.
I'm thinking dressing room, Art Deco vibes. It's lovely. And so you've got the front of your cushion. You've then got your envelope back, which looks like this. All ties in perfectly. Her design team have then done the lovely Art Deco fans. No, they're fans. They're not mermaid tails, Hannah. She's like,
They can
it's
be
very
mermaid tails if she wants them to.
She says, I'm just thinking about the beach at any possible given time. You've then got your options still to be able to do your pouch if you want, or anything else that you're thinking of doing with your lovely fans and extra fabric. You've got all your instructions included for $14.99. That is not a colourway, if I'm honest, that I would have picked out and said that was totally for me. But just seeing Cara's variegated threads, it's really come alive.
Yeah, as I say, you can change it, you know, because the actual square where the Sashiko stitching is white, and you've got your Sashiko pattern printed, you can actually choose one of the other colours, so you
Yeah.
can tone it in with whatever you've got in your room, you know, which is really nice. It's very flexible.
Well, look, let me just show you, I'm moving ahead a little bit, we'll come back to this, but look, your bundles of Sashiko thread will allow you to pick out what sort of colour that you want. If you wanted to go more with your orange, or we said about pinks, let me have a look at this. What about like with the oranges or your variegated pinks, you've got greys, blues, you've got the greens and the yellows and the variegated here. So we've got lots of different thread bundles, which you can then have a choice. You could do multicoloured ones if you want. It's your design. That's what's fabulous, is every person's is going to be different. Right, so that's your lovely meadow green, light green. Oh, I've got 2 colourways here. Okay, yeah, the other fans. Oh, yeah. This is your other fans, and this is in like a mauve. Heather, this is called. Right, I'm going to show you. I think these colours, I'm just matching in. What do you reckon?
That's what I chose.
Did you?
Yeah, those ones.
Oh, we've got good taste.
But there's lots and lots of different ones that you could use.
They're lovely. Have you started doing this one then?
No, I've got it here, ready
Right.
to. If any of the others sell out, I thought, oh, I'll have it prepared.
Fabulous. Aren't you ready? Prepared? Got them all here ready. So you've got all of your instructions, don't forget, included. You're not going to have to pay for extra instructions. It's included. You've got your cushion, and you've got your optional extra if you want to do your little pouch to be able to fit your Sashiko bits in there, you can. But I do like the idea of, using this for any of them. Buy one of these, buy the green and the purple would look lovely together. Good idea. Less than £30. Bearing in mind, elsewhere, let's face it, a cushion like this, you'd be paying 40, 45, 50 pounds. I'm thinking from like a retail store that would be like mass produced for hand-stitched, beautiful cushions. It'd be like hundreds of pounds, wouldn't it? I love that. Absolutely love that. £14.99 a cushion. And then you've also got your additional fabric as well here, just to make the most of the space on the panel. Otherwise it would just be, plain. So I'm pleased that we've got that extra little freebie for you. Just £14.99. They're all the colours, the new colourways. So you've got the 2 different designs to choose from. This one is literally about to sell out. If you want that petrol blue, that lovely jade, I think there is literally 2 remaining. We'll ask the question upstairs if there's, oh, sorry, to hit my microphone. If there's any options of bringing more, we'll let you know before the end of the hour. I'm presuming we won't be able to, so grab it whilst you can. There's literally a couple left of those. Now, the bundles of threads. So, Cara, from your experience of working with, embroidery floss, would you still invest in the Sashiko thread as opposed to using up your DMC skeins that you've got at home?
You can use both, but traditional Sashiko thread is a matte thread as opposed to your stranded cotton, which is a mercerised thread. So it's very
what does that
shiny.
mean? Oh, mercerised.
Mercerised has gone through a chemical process that creates sort of a real shine to it.
Yeah.
I love the matte effect of the Sashiko. The Sashiko thread is a single strand, so there's no dividing it down with your stranded cotton. You can divide that down. You can put 1 strand together up to 6 strands together. This one is just a single strand, and it is a matte thread.
Right.
So that's why it's beautiful for Sashiko. You don't have to divide it down or anything.
Right.
If you wanted to, and in fact, I thought about it earlier, on the burnt orange one, that would be gorgeous with some gold.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to play around with threads, you can mix the threads. But, I love the Sashiko, and the colour palette of the Sashiko threads that they have at the moment is just unbelievable. It's really, really nice. So
this is our first bundle. We've called it pastel, but actually, I wouldn't say it's that pastel-y. You've got a great variety of colour here. Remember, you're getting 20 metres on each. Do you cut your pieces into certain lengths?
what I'll do is I can go through how I prepare the skein.
Oh, thank you.
And also I would say that on these ones, you may find that you need 2 skeins of a particular colour
Right.
to finish the design. I'm not sure, yeah, we've got the plain white and cream separately.
Yeah.
So those are fine for the ones where it's a coloured background, but where it's a white background, I would possibly have 2 skeins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some really lovely colours in here. These are all made in Japan. They're 100% cotton. These are the one, I believe, that are sourced by Susan Briscoe, actually, aren't they?
Yes.
The Olympus ones. So
Yes.
they are fantastic quality, and they are made for the job. I know that there's lots of people who do obviously have lots of embroidery floss in their stash. Try it out, use it up if you want. But if you are thinking of doing lots of Sashiko, these are the threads that are made for that job, aren't they? They're really strong.
They are, and they go through the fabric beautifully.
Brilliant.
So, you know, you have that choice, which is what I love about Sashiko. You don't have to stick with specific things.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like a counter cross stitch design where there's a particular colour and you have to follow that. This you can, you know, play around with and make it your own.
Brilliant. So that's classed as your pastel bundle. You get 10 skeins for £19.90, and that is going to go a really long way because there's 20 metres on there. And then I've also got the one with the pink variegated. This one's called Bright. Now, this is very, very limited. Look, you've got 3 of your variegated skeins in there. And then you've also got your greens. You've got your 2 different shades of orange. You've got a red. You've got, oh, actually 4 variegated. That one's gone. Then we also have these like neutral colours, which I love. I think if you're going for this terracotta colour, get yourself your white or your ivory. But you do get one in there anyway. But look at that. Love this. And this. That on the terracotta one would look beautiful. All of these would look amazing. That one. Your blue would look nice with it. Or if you do just want to go, you know, with your traditional, you have also got your ivory in there, your off-white. Looks amazing. Oh, these colours as well. They're all going to work. Should we do the ones on their own? So these ones are classed as white, I believe, you know. Oh, because they're different colours. So 30 is the one that's off-white. Can you see? And then that one's a white one. So this one's écru. It's $4.99. This looks more traditional, I think, that it's slightly off-white because it looks more worn.
That's the one that
Does that make sense?
That's the one I've used on the terracotta one.
Yeah. Nice.
But then the white, I think, would be gorgeous against the petrol.
Yes.
Really, really nice there.
Deborah has asked, what colour thread would you match with the petrol blue? There you go. 12 seconds ago, you were on the same
wavelength.
Yeah.
The white would be lovely, but the cream also looks nice. Any of the colours, I mean, you know, some of the variegated blues would look beautiful. Or if you wanted to be completely off the wall, you could go for an orange or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So be really, really nice. I think it depends on your home decor.
Yeah, absolutely. Deborah, I love them, love them, love them. Thank you for your question. Keep them coming in. We've also got your white. We do the white, Hannah. Just in case you want to multi-buy. If you want to do it with the petrol blue, there you go. There's the, so you can see next to it. They're going to look really cool. £4.99. If you've already opened your order this morning, which so many of you have, it's been very, 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 very busy today. Just £3.95. So we talked about the difference in thread to embroidery thread. Now, talking about needles.
Yes.
What is the difference between a Sashiko needle and an embroidery needle or a hand sewing needle that I've already got in my sewing box?
Okay, so a Sashiko needle, I'm not sure which ones you've got there.
I've got these ones here, look, with the little
Yep,
gold.
perfect. So if you have a look here, you just happen to be starting to do a line of stitching. You have a very long needle. It has a very sharp point and it has a lovely eye, so it's easy to thread. And what you do with the Sashiko is you actually can do a number of stitches on the needle at the same time, which is why a long needle is better than an embroidery needle. Because you're doing a line of running stitches, you're actually putting the fabric onto the needle and just see, I can do a line, a whole line of stitches like that, and then you can pull that through, and that's just one line of stitching. And what you'll do is you'll just pull your fabric to make sure that you haven't gathered the fabric unnecessarily. So that's why a long needle is really, really good. A Sashiko needle is good.
Nice. They've got a really good size eye, haven't they? To
Yes.
thread, because you're obviously not stranding. You're not taking strands out of your cotton.
No.
So you have got a really great size eye, but they are really super strong because these are actually designed as well to be going through things like denim
Yes.
and, you know, heavier weight
Yes.
canvases when you're doing Sashiko as a mending technique on your workwear traditionally. So they are strong, aren't they?
They are very strong, and in fact, when we use them on the next show for the Boro,
Right.
they're really good for going through more than one layer of fabric.
Oh, great. So these are going to be handy for that project as well later. £3.50, and you do get a pack of 3, and they're all those lovely longer length needles. We are going to jump over to demo just very quickly. Someone's asked about the orange colourway. This is the orange. This is the orange, the one that it's made up with. It's the beautiful sort of burnt orange, like terracotta. It is about to sell out. If you want it, please grab it now. It's great price, isn't it? Really good price. We had a question come in, and it's actually about preparing your threads.
Yep.
So I believe that you were going to show us that. Hang on, let's have a look. Who is it from, Hannah? Can you remember? Oh, there you go, Christine. Good morning, ladies. Could you remind me how to cut the Sashiko thread ready for use, please? Loving the
Certainly.
demos and designs. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. So this is how the shorter skein comes, and you'll take it out of the pack. If I can find the glue. And this is wonderful that all the thread is actually, you know, has been dyed like that. So take your label off, and then the skein opens up, and you'll have a knot. And you can see that is the full skein.
Oh, I'm pleased you said that, because I would always get in a right tangle.
The temptation is to actually use the skein like that, but it's much, much easier if we get a pair of scissors, and just, I usually cut through the knot like that. And you've got still a long, long length. Now you can do this for all your skeins, and then you'll pass that through the label, so that you'll always know that that particular colour is colour 51. Pass it through, and then get to about halfway, and then we divide it down into 3 and we plait. And it's worth doing this. You know, whenever I've had Sashiko threads, I've always spent the time just plaiting it. You plait it loosely.
Okay.
You don't have to plait it really tightly, because you're not going to tie a knot or anything in the end. It's just to hold your thread, so it's much, much easier to stitch with. So I'm not going to plait the whole thing, because I have one here that I prepared earlier. So that's how you would carry on to the bottom.
Yeah.
And this is one that I've been using.
Oh, brilliant. And it means then as well, you've got your label there at the top,
Yes.
so you know which colour you've got if you want to buy more of it.
Yeah. The only thing that I would say with the variegated one, I actually take my thread off. So I take the long length of thread off, and you pull one side, and that comes out really, really easily, and it doesn't knot up, which is fantastic. Then you pull the other side and do exactly the same. So you've got a lovely long length, but I tend to, especially with the fan one, actually work with half of that at a time. So I will cut it in half, but I wanted to show you when I do some stitching that you can sort of play around with when you've gone from a dark colour to a light colour, or do you want the greens to go, you can play around with it. So if you have a look here, I started stitching with this particular colour, then it went to the light, then it's gone to the aqua, then it's gone to the dark aqua, and then the next needle that I threaded up, I actually threaded from where the dark aqua was.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
So
nice.
which is
It will lean
why
on.
I've got the dark aqua, then it goes to the light aqua
again,
Nice.
and then to the very pale white, and then to the pale green. So you can just play around with how you do your threads, and you can see it here.
Looks great, doesn't it? It looks so lovely in the variegated.
And especially, you know,
Yeah.
going around the edge, you can see actually all the different colours that you've got with the variegated.
The bundles have got the variegated. We've just got Ecro in at the moment as it's very, very popular. It works in exactly the same way in terms of, you know, when you get it home and you want to plait it and sort it so you can get these strands
Yes.
out nice and easily without tangling.
Yes, I mean,
Thanks for
there's
showing us
nothing worse than getting tangled threads and spending half your time having
Yeah.
to, you know, pull the
It puts you off doing
knots
your actual
out.
project, doesn't
yeah,
it?
definitely. So
So
this,
is there a particular place that you need to start? You know, like when you start a cross stitch, there's a place, or if you quilt something, you start somewhere.
with this one, not necessarily. It depends again. You could start from the centre. It depends whether you want, you know, maybe you want your centre to be really the dark shades and then move out to the lighter shades. I've started in one corner and I'm just going to sort of play around with it and just move my way up.
And is there any way you've prepared your fabric, Cara? Have you got a stabiliser or anything on the back?
No, not at all. You don't have to at all.
Brilliant. No hoop either?
No hoop. Which
don't
is
work with a hoop,
lovely.
do you?
You
No.
don't need a hoop. You don't need a hoop. And in fact, it's a lot easier without a hoop because you wouldn't be able to do this movement with the stitching.
Sorry, I'm asking a million and one questions here.
Don't worry.
Did you start with a knot?
Yeah,
At
I'm
the
going
back?
to show you. So I'll show you, I'll do it in reverse.
Okay.
I'll show you how to finish off when you get to the end of a line of stitching. So I'm just going to go down there and to finish off on the back. So that's the back of my stitching. You want the back to be as neat as possible, but don't worry, with this method of stitching, you actually have knots. And, you know, that to an embroidery is like, oh my gosh, you know, you do knots. But on the cushion, I've actually put H640 behind it, so the knots
nice.
actually sink into the
Yeah.
H640. So to finish off a thread, I've come through to the wrong side of the fabric. I've passed my needle through a previous stitch and just pulled that through. And then I'm going to make a loop like that and pull my needle into the loop. And you're making like a slip knot on there, and that should be nice and secure now.
So is that at the start and the end?
So at the end, you just start off, let's have a look at the colour. So I think we'll go for that one. Whoops. So I've gone for the thread, the Acra again. So I'm going to start here. So you'd start with a knot. So just pass it over your finger and thumb and pull until you have a knot like that. And then that's on the reverse side. So that's where I'm going to start stitching.
I like that it's all been sort of regulated. You know your stitches are going to be sort of the same length
Yes.
because it's all been printed on there for you.
Yes, which is lovely. But again, with the Boro that we're going to do later, that you can play around with the length of stitches. So I've got my knot on the reverse there. That's where I finished off. That's where I've started. And then you just start stitching.
I like that it's, you know, very sort of unapologetic. There's a big knot at the back. You don't need
Yep.
to worry about it. Just enjoy
go for
what
it,
you're doing.
yes.
This is a mindful project. Don't make it stressful. It slows you down.
It's so
You
therapeutic.
don't need to get stressed over this.
No.
There's no any complicated pattern to follow.
No, the pattern's already on the fabric, so you're just covering the stitches.
Quite a few people asking about how much thread I'm going to need to be able to complete the front of the cushion. So, for example, there's 40 metres on this skein here.
So the larger skeins, that would be enough to complete.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
That's enough, 40 metres. If you're
Yeah.
getting one of those accrue ones, then that would be enough to complete the front.
I haven't done a variegated one before, so I think that was a full skein. No, that wasn't a full skein when I started. So you may actually find that one skein is enough.
Right.
I should have, done a variegated one to
No,
test
it's
it.
fine, no.
But say
Oh, I could do it mathematically if you talk
No,
about just
don't worry. Within the bundles, you've got loads of threads in there that even if it's not a whole variegated one, you've got enough that you could
Oh, you can play around with
play
them,
around with the
definitely.
threads. But if you do it all in one
definitely.
colour, there's the 40 metres of accrue, which is definitely enough. They're
Yes.
at £4.99 as well,
Yeah.
so try it out. Christine said, thank you very, very much, Cara.
That's quite all right, Christine. Enjoy. So do you want me to just run through doing the little pouch?
Oh, that'd be handy, actually, because
Yeah.
there isn't instructions for that, is there?
No, there isn't. So unless there's anything else that anybody wants me to...
Oh, yeah, before we go on to the to there, we've got another question about the cushion. Do I attach the H640 before I start sewing?
No. So what I would suggest is you do all your sewing.
Excuse me.
When you've completed it, have a towel or something on your ironing board and then press on the reverse onto the towel so your stitches sink into the towel. Otherwise, it flattens the stitching. Then you put your H640 on. And on the cushion that I've got there, I've actually put the H640 and then I've machined, machine quilted,
Ah, yes.
you know, the horizontal and vertical
Yeah,
lines
yeah.
as well.
I mean, it does add really lovely sort of
Oh,
texture,
it's just
doesn't it?
lovely. It's just really, really nice. So,
It's so beautiful. The finishing of it is amazing. So yeah, you can see, I don't know whether you can see because actually you've kind of done a stitch as well on top of it, hand stitch, haven't you?
yeah, what I did all the stitching first. So I did all the hand stitching first and then I did the machine just slightly underneath it.
Yeah, yeah.
So obviously not completely underneath it,
Yeah.
but just to the side, so it worked.
It does. It looks absolutely amazing. Right, so the little pouch, it's lovely that you've got, you know, we've got that extra space on the panel. We might as well fill it. So you've got all of that fabric extra to be able to make yourself a lovely little pouch, which actually you could keep all of your Sashiko bits and bobs
Definitely,
for on
and
the
a
move
tiny little
in.
pair of scissors and your needles and
Yeah,
everything. So
that's
it'd
it.
be really, really nice. So the actual panel, the backing fabric, you get a lot of backing fabric. So what I did was I just double checked that there was going to be enough overlap. And then there was extra fabric. So I cut the extra fabric out. And then I've used that as tabs on the end of my zip.
Oh, nice.
Because I find when you're making sort of little pouches like this, actually, sometimes if you don't have the extra fabric on the end, that it doesn't sit nicely sort of where the zip is. So I've used the same fabric on little tabs on the end. I've made sure that that will fit onto the width of the little pouch, and then you'll put the right side of the zip on, the right side of the onto the right side of your stitching. Then you'll take one of the pieces of lining fabric.
We had some of these little zips available from Sarah's show and we thought they were too little for her bag, so they're perfect for this, aren't they?
Definitely.
There's lots of zips underneath us on the website.
Yes, yeah. And then you'll do the right side of one piece of lining and you'll machine across there. And then, oh, can I have the little purse? And then I can
Absolutely.
show. Thank
Whoop,
you.
oops, sorry, Cara throwing at you. Whoops. Woo, to me to you.
Wasn't very good at catching. So you'll put that like that. And then that will go over like that. And that will be here. So you'll have it like that.
Oh, careful
and
of
then
your
you
head,
do,
sorry.
yeah.
Move your head back, thank you.
Then you'll do your stitching, your top stitching there, and then you'll do the same on the other side. So the other piece of fabric here. And I've put H640 on the back of this as well. So you'll have, it will basically be like that, and then your lining will be the other way, obviously. I've done little box bottom as well to make it so that it sits like that. And then I used a fork to make a little pom-pom.
Oh, I love that little pom-pom. Wow, that is super cute. We had a message from Donna. I've got another idea. If you didn't want to do the additional pouch, you could use the extra fabric on the panel for bag pockets.
Oh, yes.
They'd be really nice to just have in your stash ready to go for bag pockets. Or if you want to do any, I don't know, little wall hangings or Even if you want to isolate them on, I'm looking at the little quilts behind you. If you wanted to add them as a little block on a
quilt.
A quilt.
Yes, and also, I mean, this panel you could make as a bag easily. So you could use this as your pocket for the lining. You possibly need, well, you would need some other fabric. So you'd use another fabric for the back of the bag, but then you could use that as a pocket for the inside of the bag, which would be really nice. So.
There's a lady who messaged in about starting a new hobby, and I must say, so here we go. Do you purchase a bundle? Do you do a bundle to purchase? I would like to start this as a hobby. Do you know, this is a brilliant first hobby to start with, actually, because one, it's really affordable. You don't need a sewing machine. You can literally just sort of get started, can't you? If you do have a sewing machine, brilliant, because you can construct your cushion, but you could do it by hand. There's nothing stopping you. And all you would need, really, is your panel. By the way, watch this space if you missed out on the terracotta. We're trying to get the other colours, so stay with us. Let's put the green one in, for example, that Cara's been working with. The last few of these lovely meadow colourways. They are over-allocated, so if you want them, please do be quick. This is the one with the lovely fans. And because you don't need instructions, it's really affordable. They're all printed onto the panel already, so you have got those how-to instructions. Plus, you've got your YouTube, obviously, tutorial, today's show, that you can watch back on the few construction tips that Cara's just mentioned for the additional bag as well. Honestly, when you look at this, it does look as though it's being done by an embroidery machine. Ollie still cannot believe that this has been hand stitched. It looks amazing.
Challenge Ollie to do one.
Honestly, your daughter Shay could do it as well.
Yeah,
you could do it.
Definitely.
Ollie's got a 10-year-old daughter.
Oh, she would be able to do it.
This
She
would
would
be
be able to do it.
lovely. And it's such a really nice project to do for, you know, it stops us scrolling, doesn't it? It stops us sitting on our phones, scrolling on Facebook, or sitting, you know, just with my hands in the biscuit tin. You end up just getting addicted to just doing your stitching. I'm just going to finish this. It's like when you read a good book and you're like, right, I'm just going to finish this chapter. You'd just be wanting to finish this square. It's achievable to do, isn't it?
It's lovely, and it's very sociable because you can sit and stitch, but you can still chat with everybody, which is really nice.
Well, a lot of the time, do you sit, you know, behind in your sewing room, behind the sewing machine? I can't find where I put my ecru. Oh, it's here. And it's a good confidence builder, because how proud are you going to be when you finish that one as your new hobby? Everyone's going to be thrilled with their gift. Or now this is your ecru. It's 40 metres, which is enough to be able to do the front of your cushion panel. This is your traditional sort of colour. This is your classic traditional Sashiko thread. So for the lady who messaged in about starting a new hobby, a panel, some thread and some needles.
And that's it.
Maybe if you want to back it with some H640, grab that, but literally that is it. These are all the bits that you need to start out. We haven't bundled them together because we know that people are all at different levels, but a panel, thread, and your Sashiko needles, that's going to be enough to get you going. 40 metres.
I've gone quiet.
Sorry, I'm just listening in my ear. I'm just listening. So we've got the needles. There's lots of you coming in. Right, we've got no specific starter bundle as such, because everyone's coming in at different levels of their Sashiko journey. There's people who've been following Cara's tutorials over, you know, the last few months and are building up their collection already. So to be able to have the panel, your thread and your needles, there's your bundle for you if you want to make your own. There's your 3 Sashiko needles, £3.49. There you go. Oh gosh, yeah, if you want to learn the piano, how much are you going to pay for piano lessons? How much an hour each time? If you are learning to do a lovely mindful hand stitching technique, this is brilliant. Less than £30 for the whole, you know, bundle. Is there anything in terms of the running stitch that we need to know? It's literally just a basic running stitch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just over and under. The only thing that I would say is once you've done a few stitches, you may find that your thread will start unravelling slightly. So what you'll do is just twist your needle in the direction of the twist of the thread. And that just keeps the thread nice and smooth. But you just go over and under. So it really is. So what I've done on these fans, you'll see on the back, I've come over here, and you want your stitching to sort of be in a continuous length, as much of a continuous length as possible. You see my needles come here, and actually I want my needle to be over here. So what you can do, you can either finish off with a knot, or you can thread it back through the stitches that you've already done, and that brings your thread, and it's only a couple of stitches, so you're still going to have that same colour. I'm going to add just a couple of stitches there. So I want to get down to this one. So I'm just going to add a couple of stitches there.
Or if you just push it forward slightly. Sorry, I know that it's a natural fan stitching.
It's just, haven't got my strong glasses on. So then, like that, is that okay?
Yeah, perfect.
So, and then I'll come back down and I'll show you how you finish off again, because I think sometimes that's a bit, you know, you think, oh gosh, how do I do it? How do I do it so it's nice and secure? So that's that line of stitching, and you don't want the fabric to be puckered. So once you've pulled your thread through, what you can do is actually just lift the stitches on that line. And with traditional Sashiko, you can actually have a little loop there like that. If I not on the back of that one, on the back of here. I've sort of, that's a bit of a big loop, but a little loop like that, you know, helps it lie nice and flat. So to finish off, so I've done all my stitches. So to finish off, you pass your needle underneath the stitch, make a loop, and then pass your needle through the loop. You can do that a couple of times if you think, oh, I'm not sure that's going to be so secure. Do it again. And because you're going to do the H640 on the back, it means that those knots and the ending off will be, will be sorted out. Yeah.
Do you have to think about your tension at all?
Again, it's sort of a rhythm that you get into, and that's, again, you don't want the fabric. You can see that this is slightly puckered, but that's really just because of where I've been stitching. When we come to press this on the reverse, that will flatten it out and it will become more like that. So there's no sort of puckering or anything like that at all.
Love it, absolutely love it.
So I can do, how much time have we got?
A couple of minutes.
Oh,
How are we doing for
okay.
time, Hannah? Yeah, literally, yeah.
No, that's fine. I was going to do, I should have done a little bit more on here, but I'm hoping this is just a very general little pouch. And as I say, I've used box bottoms on there as well. So it's very, very straightforward to make. And it just does look completely, you know, it can be a little makeup one if you use ripstock or something on the inside.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can make it sort of like a little makeup bag as well.
We had a collector message in saying, I love the way Cara explains things in her demos. I'm doing a small Mount Fuji Sashiko panel at the moment with variegated thread.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
that would be
lovely.
amazing. Oh, can we see a photo?
Yes, we'd love to see
send a photo.
Because we're keeping with the similar sort of theme in the next hour as well, aren't we, with your Boro bag?
Oh my gosh, yes. I'm completely hooked with Boro. It's really sort of, yes.
If you've got any Boro or Sashiko pictures that you'd love to send in, please send them in. It's studio@sewingstreet.com, studio@sewingstreet.com. If you want to send in any emails, they'll go straight through to the gallery. Hayley, the producer, sorry, under my head. There it is, studio@sewingstreet.com. Send in photos. Cara wants to see them.
Oh, yes, please.
Is there anything else you wanted to mention?
No, I don't think so. Just enjoy. I think, you know, that's the whole thing. I hadn't done Sashiko until I'd come here. And I've sort of taken it off a little bit of a tangent, sort of. So I've gone from the traditional Sashiko to something a little bit more modern. You know, and you'll see in the fabrics that we've got for the Boro later on that the fabrics are completely different. But it's just inspiring people to have a go. and enjoy it. That's the most important thing.
Absolutely. There's no sort of crazy pattern to follow, no difficult stitches. You will love it. It gets very, very addictive.
It does.
And I know lots of people who do it then on their jeans, who are then applique the
Yes.
pieces onto all sorts of jackets. And I was talking about it with Narissa the other day. I don't know
Yes.
whether you've caught her shows. She's amazing, and she was doing it all on garments. Right, thread bundles. We have got the pastel bundle. I'm saying very loosely. I think it's this one. Yes. There you go, all the colours that you're getting. 20 metres on each skein. You've got variegated colours in here. You've got your pink variegated, your blue variegated, and your greens and yellows. Then you've got a couple of shades of blue, another solid pink, your gold, green, grey, and you have got the ecru in there as well, all for £19.90. So if you are thinking of lots of projects in mind, or just stitching onto garments you already have, as I said, onto denim, onto jackets, onto jeans, onto bags, it's so cool. Or if you have been inspired and love these panels, get multiple panels, make yourself multiple cushions. They're really, really good value for money today. £19.90 for your pastels. The Brights bundle is sold out. We also have the antique colourway, and I love this. I think this is my favourite bundle. This is really, really nice. You've got those really beautiful, look, these 3 or 4, sorry. You've actually got 4 variegated ones in this one. Should be more, should be more. You've then got your blues, your golds, your reds, you've got a crew in there as well. This would be really lovely with your terracotta colourway, which, by the way, we have confirmation that we can do it, but it will be later on, if that's okay. It's just going to take a while to sort of put them into our system. So if you do love the terracotta, and if you missed out also on that lovely petrol blue, stay tuned for Cara's next show. At 11 o'clock, we will we'll relaunch them. So you'll have another chance, which is brilliant, because there were so many people missing out. So thanks to our team who have acted very quickly, and we'll be able to bring those. We'll be able to bring them in the next show with Cara. The ecru colour. This is 40 metres, remember, so they're 20 metre skeins in your bundle, and these are the 40 metre skeins, which is going to be ample to be able to do the front of your cushion, just with the one skein. £4.99. And then we've also got white. The needles are sold out. I don't know if you've got any of the needles. £4.99. Lots of you have looked at Cara's previous projects as well. We have listed them underneath. They are there. They're already selling out. So if you want them, the pattern and the instructions are there. The panel that Cara was working with, there's literally 5 left. We're oversubscribed. Now, this is a colourway we can't restock. We're only going to be able to restock the terracotta and the petrol blue. So if you do want the green, there's 5 of those remaining. There were just so many people that missed out on these colourways, which are your more sort of traditional colours and lovely. If we can, then of course we've tried to reprint some more. So our team have been amazing. Stay tuned, and we'll bring those in the next hour. Thank you so much, Cara. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Oh, I've missed out. We haven't done Heather, have we? Don't let this one pass you by.
No, I was
This
going to
is
say, I've
really
got
nice.
Heather out with the colours of the Sashiko threads as
Oh,
well.
nice.
So it looks so pretty, really, really pretty, especially at this time of the year.
They will look really nice together. And they work actually really well with the meadow colourway, with the green.
Yes.
If you wanted to do a green and a heather cushion for less than £30, that would be really, really lovely. I love the pinks that you've chosen there from the Brights pack. Just £14.99 for your panel. Remember, your instructions are already printed on the panel for you. You do get the front and the cushion, and there's way more in baskets than we have availability on this colourway as well. Oh no, is it going to sell out? There's a lot in baskets on today's early bird. If you have got it in your basket, this has been selling in the hundreds. So, elsewhere, on the Long River website, it was £61. We sell it at £53.99. It's always been at that price. Today, it's £44.99, only for today. It's a bit of a try it out sort of price point. It's only for today while stocks last. If you're saying, but I've already got Stripology, oh no, you haven't got this one. This is Stripology Mini Quarters, which means that you've got more slots here than ever before. You've got slots every quarter of an inch. But because it's made from creative grids, I'm confident in knowing the quality of there is there. Even though you've got more slots, you still got the quality of the ruler. But it means now you've got options on cutting even more intricate cuts and squaring up more intricate shapes with my blocks. But needless to say, I mean, you've still got all of the fabulous things with a creative grid, like your non-slip grip, all of your fabulous angles. You've also got your full inch increments and your half-inch increment slots. So you're still going to be able to use it for a majority of your cutting. Diagonal lines for cutting your charm squares. Have a look back from the 8 o'clock show. We did sort of 20 minutes talking about it. There are loads going straight into baskets. If you missed the 8 a.m. show, can you believe we discounted a really, really fabulous creative grid ruler, one of the newest ones, now at the lowest price. It's never, ever been reduced. First time. So Hannah went to $49.99 and it was discounted. I don't know how she lost her way and then went even lower. We never needed it. We didn't need to go lower. It's never, ever been lower than $53.99. So great saving. $49.99. Take advantage of that during the break. We'll leave the graphics open for you if you want through the break. We've got Sarah from Made and Making coming with the lovely quilts that are behind Sarah, the brand new terracotta orange colourway coming up as well. So stay tuned. We are back with these quilts with Sarah right after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Welcome back. Oh, it's been ages since I've worked with Sarah from Made with Making. How are you, Sarah?
Very well, thank you. Morning, everybody.
When was the last time that you bought these fabulous, I'm calling them, they're crazy fun samplers, am I right? Crazy fun. We're going to have crazy fun. They completely sold out first time round.
They did. I think it was about this time last year.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm pleased that we got them back. It's taken us a while, but we got them back. Now, the one that was above Sarah was the one that completely sold out.
That one. Yeah.
Today, you're bringing us, well, we've got all new colourways.
Yeah.
Love them.
Yeah. Bright and vibrant.
So we've bundled them with 5-inch charm squares. So this will make the sizes on the wall,
Yeah.
am I correct?
Yeah.
There's also instructions, by the way, to be able to make them with 10-inch charm squares.
Yeah, it's just making it accessible, because when you're starting out in patchwork and you're a bit baffled by fabric choices, if you can buy a pre-cut, then it just makes it really easy for you. So it's designed to go with the smaller pre-cuts, which are the 5-inch, and the larger pre-cut 10-inch.
I think they're really good sort of skill builder
Absolutely.
blocks,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Yeah, you can make it as complicated or as straightforward as you want to, basically.
Amazing. Right, we'll talk more about it and who it's for, but we'll go through the bundles first. So the one that's on the wall, the oranges, as we're all loving our terracotta cushions, this is absolutely gorgeous. We mentioned earlier on Ruby Star Society. I absolutely love the fabrics, and look at the price. You're getting your charm pack, loads of fabric, and then this is going to be invaluable because you are going to learn so many different skills within this booklet. So a metre of fabric, your charm square, and then you have got a key here to all the different squares. You can see here, look at all of these different blocks that you're going to be doing. I mean, Sarah, this could be a book within itself, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could be bigger than just a small old pattern.
And, and you know, if you're looking at some of these blocks, if you choose to just say do number 11, which is, you know, your checkable one, if you repeat that, it's going to look great. If you were to do number 12, I've seen this one before, there's lots of great traditional one, your mini half square triangles. If you spin this round and do it in different ways, you can create, so just with this pattern, you're going to be able to do
loads of different quilts.
Loads.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, it's such a great skill builder pattern that I think for $24.99, you're doing very, very well. It is completely thorough. I mean, you've got really great instructions, lovely diagrams, really well sort of spaced out and easy to work from. But then this time with the beautiful fabrics as well. So the charm pack is Heirloom from Ruby Star Society. It's a 42-piece charm pack. The colours are lovely. The designs give you little mini, you know, quilt blocks as well, which is going to be really nice for this. What's that, sorry? Oh yeah, it does really fit with the theme, doesn't it? Look, little birds. Little birds. And because they're also smaller scale prints, for the smaller piecing, you're still going to see all the elements, aren't you? Yeah. I absolutely love these colours. You've got your mustards here as well, look. I'm just flicking through some of these. You get 42 squares for $24.99. Look, that's got metallic gold in it, like a rose gold metallic. They're really, really beautiful. And this one. So you're looking near sort of £20 anyway for the charm pack. They're normally £17 or £18 anyway. Then you're getting a metre of your cotton, plus your maiden making instructions here, your booklet. I would sure the instructions would be definitely more than £10 instructions that we have normally, because that is a proper booklet. We will have them individually, but if you're thinking, right, £17.99 for a charm pack, a metre of fabric, just over £7 for a metre of our solid. Where are we now? We're at 25. So we're actually over and you've got this for free. What? Even if you're thinking of a different colourway or working from your stash, because some of these really lovely examples, I know lots of people are probably thinking, oh, I want to have a go with this in denim or woven fabrics that I've got, or as a memory, or, you know, some of the smaller fabrics from other quilts that I've done that I don't know what to do with and I want to do a little memory quilt. Then this is a great way of using up those smaller pieces. And then you've got all of this fabric to use for whatever you want. $24.99, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Just the fabric alone should be over that. That is more free stuff today, Ollie, isn't it? These prices are amazing. Your free pattern today, $24.99 within your kit. We have a couple of other colourways to show you, but this one is the one that we've got on the wall that's already made up. Sarah's going to be working with this lovely teal colour. Now, oh, Victoria, looks fantastic, doesn't it? Doesn't it? I'm so excited for you. It's going to look lovely. Now, this is the other colour, which earlier on, it all fits together. I told you today has all been planned out very well because Cara's two colours, these were the two most popular colours earlier. Again, $17.99 for the charm pack on its own. Look, it's got your cute little cats in there. It's got flowers in here. It's got squirrels. Oh, I love this. Matcha, mint, magic, ginger. Hannah said, I like the matches.
Really nostalgic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Really cool. Like the cat behind the bookshelf. Love these. Look, this is for you, cat. Now, these are $17.99 on their own. The fabric would be £7. Over £7 on its own, just over £7 on its own. You get a metre of our solid, and then you get it. Look, all the cats, they're super cute. The keyholes, look at that one. That is amazing. And you're also getting your instructions. You're getting your instructions. Today, just $24.99. Everything that you need to know is in here. You've got all of your, you know, really sort of traditional patterns, how to go from basics of doing your rail fence, your strip sets, your 4-patch, your 9-patch, your snowball. I like how you've done this, that actually these sort of skills develop as you go through the instructions. Yeah. You're not starting somebody off with one of the most difficult. No. You're actually going through step by step. Yeah. Very clear. Just to give you an idea of how great that value is, can we do these on their own? Because I know that Kat really wants these. And it just shows you it doesn't make sense that for just your charm pack on your own, it's £18. Feel free to buy it if you want. It's on its own, it's £18. But if you do want the chance of getting that whole bundle, you are saving so much. This is included in the bundle. This is included in the bundle. That's $17.99. You're also going to get all the metre of cotton fabric and your pattern for $24.99. It's a no-brainer. It is a no-brainer. It doesn't make sense. Anybody who got their mini lovely stripology this morning as well, this is going to be a really great way of using it because you've got lots of half squares, triangles I can see. You've got smaller sort of cuts as well. Look, I'm seeing a 3 5/8 there. Just cut 9 by 2. You can do your full inch increments still with it and your half-inch increments, so that's actually going to be ideal. Mini rulers are ideal when you're working with your charm squares. £24.99 for your whole kit. Just so you know, if you were to buy these elements separately, this kit, should be £35.56 to be exact. 35. Just so you know, we never normally discount kits so heavily like that. It is normally all the commodities that add up to a price for a bundle. That is how much a charm pack is, that is how much our solid is, and that is how much the pattern is. So you're doing very, very well to save £10, over £10. Very, very popular. We're loving this colourway. We're going to see this colourway sort of come together, actually, because this is the colour that Sarah's going to be working with. And then finally, we've got one other, which is, again, Ruby Star Society. And again, £24.99. Today should be over £35. If you were to buy all these elements separately, it will be £35. But today you can get them at £24.99 while stocks last, can I reiterate? Now, this is different. This is called Pixel. So this is going to be really modern, Sarah.
Yeah. It's like their low volume blenders.
These, look, there's no different prints. They're all the sort of same, 3 colours.
Contrast, that little bit of contrast in them, which is really cool.
These are going to look really cool. I've not seen this charm pack before.
Look at those pinks.
I like it with my more sort of traditional blocks, actually, that you've got your sort of plain colours. You could do a bit of fancy quilting if you want.
Yeah.
But also, with some of those really big, you know, scale prints, those faces, I'd struggle to cut them up. I'd be thinking, I need a fussy cut. How can I position these to fussy cut? Can I get that whole face in? Whereas with these, I don't need to worry. Just cut them willy-nilly, cut them how you want. Enjoy. And you know all these colours are going to work together. This could be a bit of an inspiration on your workroom wall. They're all different blocks. If you think, actually, I've really enjoyed making that block, I'm going to make loads of those. I really love the star. I really love the log cabin. Great idea. So if you are getting all of those really lovely fabrics today with a huge saving, £35 it should be. So remember, the instruction gives you the option to be able to make your 10-inch charm packs as well, so your bigger quilt. This is to be able to make the smaller size. So you've got your finished size of 25-inch square for the small. That's what your kit makes. But if you do want to make the large one, it makes a 50-inch square. And then you need just, again, 1 metre of fabric, and you'd need your layer cake, which are your 10-inch squares. There's an example of what your big quilt looks like. It looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Have you used like different sort of woven fabrics and things within that one, Sarah?
That was a woven layer cake.
Yeah.
It's
So
really nice one to work with.
Really, really nice. You can just see the size. There you go. You can see it more to scale because it looks the same when you're just seeing it on a picture, doesn't it? But you can see it to scale. Instructions are available on their own. I'm going to just show you. I mean, for me, it's pointless when you're thinking, oh, the value for money you're getting with the bundles. But if you do just want your instructions, if you're thinking, I've got a charm pack in my stash that I'm going to use, or I'm going to do the 10-inch ones, then it all still applies. £9.99 for your instructions. And can I reiterate, look at all of these different blocks that you have and techniques for £9.99. This is amazing. It isn't just one block. You're getting all of these techniques for less than £10. Loads of these going, loads of them going. Paprika's the one behind Sarah, which is the one that is on the wall. Once again, very popular. And I love the fact that the heirloom is a real nod to all of these different sort of quilt blocks. You've got like flying geese and different blocks here. £35.56 this should be. £18, just over £7 and £10. Today, you're getting your instructions for free. And there's so much in there. £24.99. Very good deal. Very, very, very good price. For anybody who's new to patchwork, this is perfect. You're going on a real skill building workshop with this kit, but also for anybody who wants to refresh the skills, try things in a different way, or, I mean, there's lots of different ways you can do hard square triangles. And sometimes when you learn a certain way, that's just, you're blinkered into that's the way you do it. It's nice to learn from a different designer, isn't it? Sometimes how other people do it, other quilters do it differently. That one's your paprika. Fabulous. Right, you can make this one from this bundle. Fabulous. Right, Sarah, where do we start? When we get this home, we've got this lovely charm pack to choose all these lovely fabrics. Are we going to use all of them?
Right, so you are going to use all of them.
Okay.
And you made a really good point about this particular one. So I've just literally decided I want to demo as if you were receiving it at home, because this is the bit that sometimes scares people. So you get your charm pack at home, you slide it out and you look and you see your hero prints, the big prints that you're maybe a little bit nervous about cutting up. And so the very first thing you're going to do is actually look through all of your fabrics, and you're going to decide like which are the prints that you really can't bear to cut up. Because this sampler is a recipe, okay? And you can tweak it a little bit to your liking. So at the moment, in the one that we've got on the front cover, there's actually 7 whole squares that are listed. So in the key at the bottom, 7 whole squares where we haven't cut up that square. So if there's squares in there that you're really in love with, just pop those to one side, and then you could still, following our exact pattern, have 7 whole squares of fabric that you haven't chopped up.
Just looking on your finished quilt, you have got some that are completely sort of solid. There's one.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah, down here. So yeah, it's a real opportunity. Like if you actually decide, well, I just want to cut them all up, you can have more of your plain in there as well.
Yeah.
But it's a real opportunity for you to curate your own quilt using our suggestions.
Nice.
So the very first thing you want to do is just have a look through and decide on your hero ones. And then what I would normally do is look at them and decide where are my lights and where are my darks and my mediums. So if I just quickly flick through. So up here, I've got some darks. I've got some darks in the pink range as well. So when you're making a quilt and you've got a block, the block's going to come alive the more you have that variation in light, medium and dark.
Right.
So if you just get your charm pack and just start by sorting it out into light, medium and dark, then you can begin to see where your contrast is going to come. So actually that's probably a medium. So I'm just literally working through them and working out my lights, mediums. There's some darks hidden behind here, so they would be darks.
Alison said, looking forward to receiving this kit, my first go at quilting.
How exciting. Now I feel the pressure, but what a compliment.
She says it's a great manageable size to start with. I think a lot of people get a bit overwhelmed by size of huge quilts to actually quilt physically, you know.
This whole quilt came about because we know that people want to get started, and that it's really hard to know what fabrics to choose and to do it on a small and affordable scale.
Yeah.
So if you just buy a charm pack, you know that all those fabrics are going to go together.
Yeah.
And a charm pack is less than £20, depending on which one you get.
Yeah.
And then, you can start having a go at patchwork and quilting, not having to stress too much because you haven't spent an absolute fortune. And, you know, when we're learning, it doesn't all go right.
No.
And I kind of embrace that with this one as well, so that, you know, you can have a few wonky donkeys, as I call them, and it really doesn't matter because we all have to start somewhere.
I love it. I love the fact that you can actually, you know, do your mini quilt for $24.99. I don't think that's actually hit me, because majority of our quilt kits that we sell will be over £100, which is a lot to ask of somebody if it's their very first one and they're daunted. And I love the fact that you're still getting to dip your toe into working with Ruby Star Society, some of the most beautiful quilting fabric you could work with. We're not skimping on the quality of the fabric, or, you know, you're still getting the top-notch stuff and the level that you can do. You're not going to be making something childlike that you're not going to use. It's still going to be displayed with pride and joy, and you're going to enjoy making it. So I'm really pleased. We had another message, sorry, and then we'll keep going with our organising. Morning all. The heirloom kit was a confidence builder for my 12-year-old granddaughter, who now happily quilts on her own and thoroughly enjoys the process. Brilliant. Any ages. She must be one of our youngest quilters, I wonder. That's amazing. And just working with the smaller sizes. I think when you start getting loads of fabric by the ½ metre, it's daunting, even those initial sort of cuts, isn't it? So it's nice.
Well, actually, because I teach people, I understand where people's fear comes from when they start something new. And actually cutting into a big bit of fabric is really daunting, and people do go wrong because they're a bit scared. And people will say to me, oh, you know, what sort of fabric should I get? And I'm not a snob at all when it comes to fabric, and I think that you can use absolutely anything and make a really lovely project from it. But when you're starting out, if you do have some good quality fabric, it does improve the finish of your project. And so actually working with the quality fabrics, I mean, Ruby Star, I just absolutely love their fabrics and their ranges. But it does make for a better finish, whereas sometimes if you work with the cheaper, some of the polycottons, dare I say it, like things like that, they just don't make up as nice. No. But, you know, you can scrap bust, you can reuse fabrics, you can do anything. I'm not a snob, but if you can embrace just getting some decent fabric for your first project, you probably will notice the difference.
What was the last bundle? The Pixel one? Pixel, Julie can't find it on the website. There it is. There's the Pixel one. So if you do want to use ones that haven't got so many prints on, there you go, Julie. You found it. The finished size is small one, 25-inch square. That's using your 5-inch charm pack, the kits that we got today. The large quilt that you also have instructions for is using your 10-inch charm pack. Exactly the same will apply, I'm presuming. You'll still do everything that you're going to show now.
Exactly.
Same principles. It's just with the larger size cuts, and that will make a 50-inch square. The kit we're working with Sarah is the teal tone. What's it called? Yeah, teal. There you go. Teal reading nook, and we're in our teens on that one. Sorry, carry on, Sarah. We're sorting with our light, medium, and
sorting with the light, medium, darks. Just to say in the pattern as well, there's the opportunity for you to make it into a quilt, and you'll get the full information in there on, like, we've got a link through to our favourite binding technique to go a bit around the edge. Or on the smaller one, it does make a really great floor cushion. So there's instructions in there as well on the back of the pattern. Just to show you how to make up a really nice professional back pattern, back of your cushion using a zip with a really professional looking finish. So there's that options in there as well.
Nice.
So, so you're going to sort into your light, mediums and darks, because when you're creating a patchwork block, they're going to have most contrast, if I step that way, when there's light, mediums and dark showing. So there's a really good example there where you've just got a light and a dark showing and you get a really good contrast. Somewhere it's less. So this one over here, it's good, but actually it's not as strong as a contrast because you've got 2 darker ones at the bottom and 2 lighter ones at the top. So this is a really great opportunity to just play around and just see what you like and what works and doesn't work for you. Yeah. And a really good tip when you're constructing, and say you've got all of these finished and you're trying to lay out which order to put them in, is to squint through your eyes at them, because then you actually see the bold colours really clearly, and you just want to make sure that the bold colours are evenly distributed between your final project so that they're not all lumped together in one place. Mm-hmm. But that's why we sort for the lights, mediums and darks, so that we begin to get a really nice contrast in our blocks, as you can see over there as well. So you're going to sort, and then you're going to pull out your hero ones. So for example, I'm going to pull out the cats, a bit of a cat lover. I've got a cat, I've also got a dog. Cat and dog eventually. It's taken a few years. They hang out on the patio together now. If one goes out, the other one goes out. Just like to see what's going on. And I'm going to pull out a couple of, there was a really nice squirrel one. There's a squirrel. So let's pull out a squirrel. And I'm going to try and make sure that the ones I pull out are in a range of colourways as well. So I'm going to have cats in various colours. So it doesn't all end up with the whole ones that we don't cut into, all being in the same kind of colourway, because then that would be harder to distribute them through. I'm going to go for that really bold floral as a hero print. And what else have I got? Maybe I'm going to go as well for one of these ones that's got the packaging on it. I think of it as packaging, but it's kind of... So yeah, so they would be a good set of ones for your hero print. And then you're going to look at the other ones and just decide, okay, how do I want to put it together? So you've also got to look, as well as at light, mediums and darks, you've got to look at the size of print you've got to make it interesting. So this one in front of me now is like a lovely rich magenta-y colour. It's got quite a small print on it, so it would quite happily go with a bold print.
Yeah.
So I could put a bold print that side, and then maybe I want to have something over here that's a bit gentler. So I could go with this one here, and then that would work quite well together.
Yeah.
But can you see how these two are quite similar?
Yeah.
And they're a little bit too similar. So you could put that one in the middle and then have that either side.
Yeah.
That would work really well. Or if I stick with my magenta in the middle, I've got this going on over here. So I want something that's a bit busier than this over here. So maybe I bring in, which way up does it want to go? I bring in a bit of that over
Yeah,
there.
like that.
And then in this one, I've got contrast in light, medium and dark. And I've also got a bit of contrast in colour as well. So I've got the magenta and the kind of an orangey, mustardy colour going together. And then actually this one over here is following that through completely. I could have just completely contrast it and popped in that one there. And that works just as well. You've got the prints being in balance and you've got a selection of colours, but it doesn't feel quite as coordinated as that one. So again, this is a personal thing. I quite like this kind of haphazard, because if you deal haphazard and things go wrong when you're cutting up your squares, you can just play around. You can use whatever you've got. Whereas if you've gone a bit orchestrated and a bit coordinated and you go wrong, you've got less scope for trying to sort of repair it at a later stage. So if you're literally just starting out, I would say embrace kind of the scrappy look. It's not scrappy because everything does go together. It's from the same colourways and pattern selections and designers, but just embrace slightly more colour in one block rather than trying to keep it a little bit more coordinated like that.
I'm trying to think what I'd do with the pixel one. I'm looking at this one and I'm trying to put it into my sort of lighter tones and the mediums and the darks. What do you think? Because these haven't got, you know, the images on there.
Yeah.
How would you do this one,
So if it was pixel, I would probably make sure that there was a definite contrast of colour.
Okay.
So in the paprika one behind me, there's a really gentle block over here, which is all kind of pinks and purples, which looks lovely, but it is really gentle and the subtlety has gone from it. It's on the right-hand side in that picture. So it makes for a calmer quilt if you start bringing everything into the same colourway, but sometimes within a charm pack or a selection pack, you actually find that when you break it down, you've got some more of others, some more of some than others. Get there in the end with my words. So I would literally embrace and I would just try and throw all the colours up.
Right,
Maybe even when I crochet, I do this. I put all my colours in a bag.
Right, and just literally
Just
pick one out.
because you know they all go together, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. These are lovely, aren't they? They're going to look really different, really different.
It's a great way to learn is to actually not think about the colours that you're choosing and just let it happen. And in a safe environment like this, where it's all been designed to coordinate together, you can't go wrong.
You can't go wrong. This is a great one, especially, you know, anyone beginners. All of them are, because they've all been picked out, like you said, they all work together. But I do like those pixel ones. £24.99, remember, they should be over £35 for your bundles. So we've done a massive discount to hopefully encourage even more people to get going and start a new hobby. There's a lot of people they come to you who are, say, I'm a bag maker, I'm a dressmaker, and I want to try quilting. Yeah. It's a bit daunting, isn't it, to cross over mediums?
Yeah, it's really daunting.
You do a bit of everything, don't you, Sarah?
I do, yeah.
But a lot of people seem to stick in their lane and don't tend to budge.
I mean, we have quilts absolutely everywhere in the studio, and people come in and they see them and they get really tempted, and then that's why they'll start. I mean, the Crazy Fun Sampler draws everybody in.
Yeah.
And it is really daunting to spend money on fabric. It isn't cheap. So pre-cuts are just such a brilliant way to go, because you get a little bit of so many different designs and pieces to work with, and that's what makes it fun. Yeah. You know, it's great to look at a calm quilt that's curated from maybe 5 fabric choices. And I have got a couple of those in my head at the moment that I want to put together, but I really, really enjoy playing with colour.
Yeah, exactly, especially when you get a whole charm pack where they all work together. I want to use them all and, you know, play with all those colours. Especially, you know, the bundles are brilliant value for money. You might as well just go for it and not worry about, oh, I should keep some of that and keep some of that. Use it all. That's what learning's about, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, completely.
So once you decided on, you know, the colours that you're going to use for each block, then how do you start going through these different...
Okay, so this pattern literally is, as you noticed, and I'm so pleased you did, a skills builder. So we're starting off really simple, and then we're gradually, as you get more and more confident, we're going to make it slightly harder for you. Not hard, just slightly harder. So the very first one is rail fence, and it's just 3 strips. So within your pattern, you've got your instructions for cutting your strips. So I'm just going to quickly, we decided on those 3. So let's just work with those 3. I'm going to be really messy at the moment. This isn't like me at all. Okay, so everything you're working with is smaller because we're working with charm packs, which means you don't need loads of space either. So you don't need to have loads of room. You can just do this on a, you know, bit of a tabletop or the dining room table. It'll be easy to move away later. And we're just working with a 2-inch strip from this. Now, pre-cuts quite often have this pinked edge around them, and there's always lots of debate about which edge of the pinked bit you should work from, whether it should be the outside edge of the triangle or the inside edge of the dip. It's actually the middle to the middle, so just eyeball it as best you can. And the other thing about this quilt is it's going to be quite forgiving. So don't stress too much if everything isn't perfect first time. So I've got one from that.
And Sarah, next time you're here, we have to let you have a play with the new little mini stripology.
That looks-
You've got a stripology, haven't you?
I've got a big one.
Oh, you need the mini as well. Because a lot of people think, oh, when I've got the large one, am I going to need the smaller one? But actually, we were talking about the need for smaller rulers in your workroom or to go to classes workshop. What I really like, just very quickly, can I show Sarah? I thought, oh, it's more intricate cuts because it's every 1/4 of an inch and then you can cut 1/8 of an inch. But you still have your 1/2 inch increments and your full inch increments on here as well. But it means that you can work with like your charm squares. So there's these little, look, let me show you. This is if I'm a lefty, which I am. You can put them on, there's also one for a right-hander. And if you line up your diagonal here, and then I cut through there, straight away I'm cutting straight for my 1/2 square triangles.
Oh.
You can layer them all up. It's all marked out. So if I'm doing my 2-inch strips with Sarah, obviously you can just go straight at it and cut your 2-inch line there.
Perfect.
Brilliant.
I'm
Loads of you
loving
have taken advantage of that today.
That little extra bit at the side as well, the extra 8,
Eighth
so that
of
you
an
can
inch.
cut your 8s.
So is there a lot of patterns that call for, you know, an extra 1/8 of an inch?
Yeah. I mean, when you're trying to make everything work to a certain size, you will end up sometimes cutting to the 5/8 or the 7/8, which is like really annoying. People do wonder. And it is really hard on a normal ruler to sometimes find that. So the fact that all you've got to do is line up at the side, the 1/8, and then basically go to your 1/4 or your 1/2 or 3/4. I think
That's
a
quite
lot,
handy.
yeah, I can imagine a lot of people would get a better finish because they'll cut clearer.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Well done, everyone who got that.
Yeah. I hadn't seen that. There's so much out there. It's so exciting. Right, so I've just literally cut 3 2-inch strips. And then we were going to put the magenta in the middle. So we're going to go for this. We're going to throw that together. So literally just on top of each other. If you've never done patchwork before, it's nothing more complicated than this. And patchwork is all about small pieces. I'm not using a 1/4 inch foot because this machine has a 1/4 inch stitch, but if you don't have a 1/4 inch stitch on your machine, a patchworker would use a 1/4 inch stitch. If you haven't got a 1/4 inch foot, all that's going to happen if you use a different seam allowance is you're just going to end up with a slightly smaller finish.
Right.
So, you know, again, if it's stopping you from starting, just use the edge of your presser foot. It's not going to be a 1/4 of an inch. It'll make it slightly smaller, but just get started. Oops.
Are there any of the 550s available, by the way, Hannah? Have you seen these deals on the 550? I don't know whether Hayley's taken the deal off now. Maybe she's taken my deal off.
And again, if you haven't done patchwork before and you've been a dressmaker or a dressmaker or home furnishings or whatever else, 1/4 inch seams will seem really, really, really small. And what you do need to try and think about is being as accurate as possible when you're working with small things. So if you think about a charm pack and it's a 5-inch square and you're working with a 1/4 of an inch seam, imagine you took a couple of extra millimetres. That 1/4 of an inch seam becomes maybe 3/8 of an inch by accident, and then that'll make a difference.
Right.
So you do need to be really aware, even if it's not your natural. You try to be as precise as you can.
I've not seen this new iron yet.
No,
I've
I
heard
haven't.
John talking about it.
So the true way to press a seam is when you've done your seam is to just press the seam as it's come out of the sewing machine. So that's with the 2 fabrics right sides together. And then when you've done that, you fold it out to the right side and you press from the right side and you're going to push that seam back. I'm actually moving the iron quite a bit. In patchwork, we try to move it as little as possible. And then I'm just going to set that seam, which is just pressing on it first. And then I'm just going to press it from the top.
This iron, I'm being told, will turn itself off if it's knocked over for 10 minutes. Then it will turn itself off. After 10 minutes, it will turn itself off as a safety feature.
Ooh.
Is it quite nifty to use?
It is quite.
You're right-handed.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, because the power lead, I guess you just want to, because it's plugged in on the left at the moment, so the lead's coming across the front of me. I'd have it plugged in on the right if I was...
What do you mean the unit at the back? There's a unit at the back. Oh, that cable, you can actually switch the cable around with a screwdriver if you're a left-hander.
No, really?
Yeah, that comes off completely.
That's quite cool.
I'm being told this.
I like coming here. There's so many new things.
I know. Literally, there's so many new things that have just come in. This iron should be $99.99. It's $85.99, and the steam on it's amazing. I think you need to. Do you need to do that? Do you need to hold it up or not? It doesn't go like that, like the normal Aliso.
Does it not? So does it need to sit on its bottom?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be best. I'm being told. It'd be best.
How delicate they are. So there you go. That's your first block done. And then hopefully, when we look at this and we can size it up with a ruler, we've just, oh, actually it's a little bit under. I've taken a bit too much out in my speed, but it should be about a 5-inch square.
Okay.
So it should be 5 over here and 5 over here. Because remember, all of these blocks are going to sit together nicely with the existing charm packs. So they should all end up 5-inch squares. So that's one of the earliest ones. I'm going to then skip a couple and do a snowball. So a snowball would be another great opportunity to work with a hero fabric, because you're going to have quite a bit of the fabric left visible when you've done your snowball. And a snowball is done by putting a corner, a square on top. So you've got your contrasting fabric. So this will obviously work quite nicely with a snowball effect. You're going to end up with this little corner triangle. But where was that other dark one that I was playing around with? Oh, I shouldn't have been so messy. There was a really, oh, there it is. So this one here. This one wouldn't be a good one to snowball, because when I put that in there and then put that on the corner, there's no contrast.
Yeah.
So this is going to be, it's going to have a place somewhere else. You could use that to snowball onto this if you wanted to, and you could have a little corner of that in the corner.
Nice.
But you just got to think about whether it's going to be, you know, strong or not. So when we do a snowball, we get a little square. So this is a little 2-inch square that I've pre-cut. And then we're going to just sew along a diagonal. So I'm just going to draw that on so you can see it. So I'm going to put that underneath the machine. So we don't tend to pin in patchwork. We're dealing with quite small pieces of fabric.
Now, are you sewing on the line here?
I am sewing on the line, yeah. Sometimes you sew either side of the line,
Yeah.
but on this one I'm sewing on the line. So I've got a nice bit of stitching there. I'm then going to trim that seam allowance back so it's not too bulky. So it's just 1/4 inch left beyond my stitching.
What do you do with those two little
Little triangles.
They scrap now, or would you do another like a little tiny one, or not? Is that classed as scraps now?
So they are really, that's half of a 2-inch square. I would actually, at the moment, currently throw that away. But at another time, I would actually keep that. So if I was doing a lot of things like this and I knew I was going to end up with a lot of these, I would keep them, and then I would do a scrap applique project.
Yeah.
But if I'm just cutting a few away, I do tend to, I'm very good. I do cut my stash. So when I am patchworking, I will cut my leftovers into 5-inch squares. I'll cut them into 2.5-inch squares, 1.5-inch squares, and 2.5-inch strips.
Yeah.
And then everything else gets binned.
Yeah.
Because they're like really usable
Oh, wait,
pieces.
otherwise it can get silly, can't it? That
Yeah.
You're thinking, I've got all of these tiny pieces. Like, do I actually really need them?
Yeah. So yeah, those I would actually throw away. But, yeah, it slightly hurts me to do it. Then what we do is we're going to press that corner back. Okay, so that will become our new corner. So again, just going to set the seam. This isn't actually getting very hot.
Oh, don't say that to us. This is our new fabulous iron. It gets very hot, I'm being told. We're in and on, yeah? Are you on the right cotton setting?
Yeah, maybe I'm not. The light hasn't gone out yet, though, so in fairness, I'm not probably giving it my chance. Right, and then, so I've set the seam, and then I'm just going to iron that corner. So you'll notice that I've popped the seam, that's better. I've popped the seam behind the main square rather than the little corner square. It just helps get a better finish on the corner, I think.
And as a patchworker, we don't use steam, do we?
No, we just use heat, yeah. So then you're going to do that on all 4 corners.
The teal is going to sell out. I'll do a quick recap in a minute. What's your favourite marking tool of choice, Sarah? What's the pen that you're using there?
So this is just a chalk pen. It's a good one. It's a propelling one, so you do get quite a nice clear line, which will show up really clearly here. But I quite like the friction pens as well.
Yeah.
They wouldn't necessarily show quite so well on this. You would get a line, but it wouldn't be very visible for you guys. It would be enough for me to sew by. But yeah, friction normally, unless it's a really dark fabric, and then I'll go for a chalk pencil. But I've got about 4 or 5 different versions in there.
Oh yeah, we've all got different marking tools, haven't we? We've actually got some of the chalk pencils like those ones, similar to what Sarah's using. It's in Cara's show in the next hour. You were learning all about Sashiko.
I was loving sitting outside watching it all. Had to get really close to the screen at one point because the people were out there were getting noisy. Oh, now this one I haven't marked, so there you go. So that's what I would normally do at home. I would just eyeball it, but that's not a good way to teach people. So just draw it on. And you're going to do this in each corner, and this is called a snowball. And again, it's a good one for your hero fabrics.
Are you off to the NEC at all this week, Sarah?
No, not this week, because I'm off to Portugal tomorrow.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh,
I've worked, the first 2 weekends of the month I ran retreats, and we took people away to hotels, and then...
in the country here?
Yeah. So we had a crochet retreat at the end of February, hired a hotel and took 25 people away, and then the following weekend we had a craft retreat and took 38 people away for a weekend of crafting. And I forgot to schedule my diary to have a day off in the middle. So I didn't work last weekend, which was Mother's Day, but I am very much looking forward. I'm on
So tomorrow you're
tomorrow
off.
morning.
Whereabouts in Portugal are you going?
I'm going to Porto.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Love
So
it.
I go early tomorrow morning and I come back late Sunday night, and I can't wait. So no, I won't be making it up to the NEC.
Oh, hopefully it'll be nice and warm.
Do you
Even
know what?
just nicer than here. Do you know what I mean? Like 19, it'll be like 18, 19, won't it?
And do you know those? Do you know the egg custard tarts they have over there?
Yes.
So
Yes, I do.
I've booked in to do a workshop with a local, and she's going to teach me how to make them.
Okay, when are you back in here? Because you definitely need to sample some of these.
Maybe I should bring some next time. Who knows?
Definitely.
Yeah. So that would be good fun as well. I just thought if the weather's a bit rubbish, it would be nice to have something fun.
It'll be lovely to relax.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Switch the red light on the top of the iron to heat it up. I'm so pleased because I said I've not seen this before, and please, viewers message.
Ah!
So what have you done?
I've pushed the red bit and it's gone green.
There we go. Thank you. Everyone's been raving about this iron, so they've all been shouting at the screen, going, turn it on.
So there are some slightly wonky stitches here where I've been chatting whilst doing it. True proof that you can't actually multitask. I do think
Thinking
that
about
that's
those
all.
custard tarts.
I know. They're never big enough either, are they? There we go. There, I can feel the heat now. Proper heat.
Oh, there's a little light on it. It's like a laser.
Oh, gosh.
Hang on. Ollie's like, do you want me to turn the lights off? Go on, let's see. Just in case you're in the dark.
Oh, my goodness. Camping.
This is brilliant.
That's right, camping.
My vacuum cleaner's got a light on. It's so useful.
Right, I'm just going to iron one corner the other way just so you can see the benefit of what I was saying about pushing the seam allowance behind. So if we look at this, let's put that on his bum. This one is one where I've pushed the seam allowance down behind the hero fabric, and this one is where I've pushed the seam allowance up behind the square. And can you just see it doesn't sit quite so flat across the top? It's like receded back a bit.
Yeah.
So if you push the seam allowance behind the centre fabric, I just find that you get a better finish on your corners.
Nice.
So that's a snowball. So with each block that you do, you're going to build a few more skills.
Yeah.
And then the most complicated one, it isn't complicated, is the Improv Star, which I'll just quickly demonstrate as well. So I'm just going to random.
When you say improv star,
Yeah.
I think I can see it. So your star that isn't, don't worry, they're not all the
Yes.
perfect.
Yes. Embrace the fact that you can have these kind of quirky stars. And I quite like that little bit of a, you know,
Yeah.
take the pressure off. So I'll just show you how to do one of those. And I'm just going to try something. Which one do I want to cut? Shall I just do something pinky against the blue? That would be nice. So the idea about the improv stars as well is it's a great way to use your scraps, but I'm literally just going to cut some bits of fabric from one of the squares and do it that way. But what I would say is keep those to the end, and then all the bits you haven't used, you can use to make your improv stars, because each point of the star could be a different fabric. It really doesn't matter. I'll literally just slice this in half. Okay. So when you make your improv stars, you're going to end up with 9 squares of fabric. So let me just lay them out on here. And the star points are going to go on north, east, south and west. Okay, that's where the star points are going to be. So I'm going to take that one first. And I'm going to put my scrap of fabric on top, and what's going to happen is it's going to fold back like this.
Okay.
So this is way too big, this bit of fabric, but as I say, you would be using your scraps, and all you're going to do is sew a 1/4 inch seam from the edge of the pink bit. So that's where you're going to sew. So I'm just going to finger press that for the moment. So that's one bit there. And then I'm going to have another 1/4 inch seam over here. Okay?
Yeah.
And again, because these stars are improv, they really do lend themselves to having lots of different fabrics on the points rather than it being really coordinated.
Once you've made this sort of sampler, this is going to be a pattern that you can really use as a scrap buster.
Absolutely. So when you've sewn on your 2 points of your star, you're then going to come to the back and then you can trim off. So you're going to trim your fabrics back to the same size as that original blue square.
Right.
I'm just going to trim this one first. And then these scraps that I'm just cutting off, I'll use in a minute to do another one. Okay.
Oh, nice.
So if I start piecing it back together. So you could, if you wanted, have pink in the middle, you know, like you could put something in the middle. So then if I do another one. So now I'm using the other bit of this scrap.
Yeah.
Because people get really frightened by improv, but actually it doesn't need to be complicated.
Well, I like that you've got a good mixture of blocks in this quilt kit, that you can do a little bit of improv scrap quilting as well.
And then I'm just going to put that one that side. I'm not making much effort with the placement here. I'm just kind of making sure that when they fold back, they're going to cover the corner. So I'm not being fussy. So that's those two.
Nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So all you need to take into account, if you are worried about these sorts of things, but you don't overly need to be, is that these two here and this one here are fine because there's a 1/4 inch. So when I sew the next block in, their points won't be lost. This one here, the point would be lost when I sew the next square in because it'll lose the top of it like that.
Does that matter?
No, it doesn't matter. That's what, you know, I think when you're learning, nothing matters, particularly the doing is the most important thing. But also, it doesn't matter if your points aren't there. Yeah, it's improv. Exactly. So these are quite big points, but on some of the ones on here, we've got really teeny tiny points, and it really doesn't matter. Yeah, it can work as well either way.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sarah. We're going to have a bit of a recap on all these bundles because there's a lot that's about to sell out. The teal one that we're about to work, there's 3 of you that can get this, and there's over 20 of you who've got it in your basket. So if you haven't yet checked out on that lovely teal bundle that Sarah was working with, the one with the cats on the front, the reading nook with the squirrels and the keyholes. This is so lovely, and the little tea bags. Everyone gets the chance to get a kit today for under £25. Remember, if you were to purchase this individually, that would be £18. That's £17.99. Over £7, £10. So that takes it over £35 for this bundle. And today you can get it at £24.99. Fabulous value for money. Loads of you keep adding it to your baskets, and it's going to go any second. Paprika is the one that the sample's made out of, and I love this heirloom charm pack. I don't think we have the charm pack. Do we have this one available individually? No, the only way of getting it, I believe, is in the bundle. Grab it whilst you can, because I mean that would be £17.99 anyway, so you may as well get it as part of the bundle because it's such a great skill builder having your Crazy Fun sampler instruction set there. And you've got a metre of your lovely orange. You've got instructions there then if you want to make a large one for when you're coming to make, I mean, for gifts to people, you could put these onto front of, like you said, that's a great cushion, isn't it? A large outdoor cushion would be fab, or like a little play mat for a child, for a baby. These are lovely in some lovely, you know, baby blue fabrics, with woven fabrics, with whatever you would like to do. The snowball block. You could just do snowball blocks. You could just do the stars, the improv stars that we were looking at. Once you've got these instructions, you've then got a guide of how to do all of these different techniques, all of these different blocks. There's so many in there that it's a real skill builder. It's like you're going on a course of quilting. When I went on my very first, you know, patchwork and quilting course, we did a log cabin. That was, you know, very first, and it took 3 or 4 hours, and it cost a lot of money to go and sit and do that and learn how to do it. And there's so much great video content, like you said.
I was just going to say, there's the patchwork tips and tricks from our website as well.
Brilliant.
Which is mentioned at the bottom of the Improv Stars. And there's a video tutorial of me doing it there. So if anybody is a bit nervous about doing that thing, they can watch a video and then they'll have it.
And when you get hooked, you can then go on these lovely retreats and go and do one of Sarah's fabulous retreats in a hotel and go and stay away for 2 nights in a relaxing creative space. You'll love that. Right, so we then have the Pixel. This has been really, really, really popular. I'm not surprised. It's completely different to the other 2. This is like the sort of, you know, when you watch that programme and they say, right, now this is our, do you know what I'm talking about? You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? When you go watch that house hunting they have the extra property, the wild card, the mystery wild card. This is like that one. Have a go with just your pixels, and it's going to look really lovely. And I suppose then this gives you an opportunity, if you are, you know, enjoying your new stitch regulator on your brand new machine, or if you're working with quilting rulers, this is going to be a really lovely size to actually have a bit of a go with quilting as well.
Yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely, because it's completely manageable and it's not going to be too big going through the heart of your machine.
Yeah, I love the solid. I always think quilting, you know, fancy quilting looks great on more sort of solid colours, even though these have still got lots of interest to them with the accent squares as well. So you've still got your pattern, you've got a whole metre of your ivory or cream, and then you've got all your lovely Ruby Star Society pixel fabrics. Going to look fabulous. £24.99. Everything that you need for the front of that fabulous crazy sampler. Bearing in mind, I mean, there's a lot of blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different blocks. Let's say 12 blocks, because one of them is just obviously your squares. But you're going to be able to do a cushion if you want, or do it into a little quilt with binding. There is a tutorial on Sarah's website of how to do your binding, all for less than £25. I love the fact that you get so much support. Obviously, you can watch today's show back if you need a bit of help choosing what fabrics go with which. And our YouTube channel, I mean, when you're purchasing from us, it isn't just buying a product off a website. This is now a community where we've got our fan page as well. Lots of people getting involved and supporting. £24.99. Great value in the bundle. Okay, we have instructions available on their own, and as I say, some of the charm packs of the Reading Nook may be available, but the instructions individually are £9.99. So if you have got charm packs in mind or 10-inch charm squares you want to use to make the bigger quilt, this is your chance to just get your pattern. £9.99 for your instructions of how to do all of your different blocks, plus then making it into a cushion if you prefer. Or into your quilt with your binding. Just £9.99, amazing. There are still underneath, there's lots of other bits and bobs, like your basting sprays, your waddings, your backings, your clips, all of that sort of thing. But one thing I love, when we're talking about pre-cuts, when we're talking about smaller sizes, today, for the first time ever, we discounted the Creative Grid Stripology. It was supposed to be over £60. Sorry that I sound like a broken record for anybody who's been watching since 8 o'clock, but we've got people coming in every single hour who are still adding it to their baskets going, oh my gosh, that's a good saving. I know, we do not discount Creative Grid rulers very often. And it is the first time that I've actually had chance to sit, watch the video that comes with the QR code on how to use the quarters mini, which I thought was going to be the same as the mini, and it's not. Look at how many slots you've now got. You've got extra teardrops that are now staggered, so that means that you've now got every ½ inch and every ½ inch slots as well. So that means you have got more slots than ever on a stripology. There's no other stripology that lets you cut these measurements. So you've got your ½ inch increments, and then if you butt your fabric over, as Sarah said earlier, you've then got your ½ inch as well. So there's so many possibilities. You can still cut your full inch increments, obviously. You can still cut your ½ inch increments. You've got your 1½ inch stars there for you. And then if you spin it round, you can square up your blocks. So like Sarah was doing then, if you're making a block and you think, actually, that needs to be 5 inch and it's not quite that, you've got your perfect, precise squares there to be able to square them up. And I love this, when you're working with a charm pack, if you are just making these into big half square triangles, so quick and easy to line up these diagonal lines on here. Lefties or right-handers, you can use this because they've put it on both sides for you. Line it up, literally like that, and cut straight through, and you've done them in half. Come back, and then you can square them up. There's so much to talk about with it. There's a QR code that's about 15 minutes long with loads of tutorials to use it, which is brilliant. But today it's all about getting it whilst it's discounted, because tomorrow it will go back up to £53.99. Or if you choose to buy it elsewhere, it will cost you over £60 from what we've found. The Long River website was £61. So that's why we're singing and dancing about that one today. Right, we've got the Boro Bag coming up. Oh, it's somewhere behind me. There behind me. We've got the Boro Bag that's behind me. Sarah's coming back with the flip and stitch bag. Woo! Back and forth, back and forth. Sarah, we're back in an hour with you.
Okay.
Flip and stitch, gorgeous bag. Boro coming up next. And the panel that we missed out on with the Sashiko Cushion coming back in the next hour. So stay tuned if you missed it. Don't go anywhere. Thank you ever so much.
That's okay.
We'll see you after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only one P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Sewing Street is now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello, welcome back. Right, back in stock. Are you ready? We're going to start with the blue because there are so many people that were missing out on this lovely petrol blue. Right. This was from the previous hour, by the way. Sorry, if you're just tuning in from the 9 o'clock show. If you missed the Sashiko Cushion panel, we have got here the beautiful envelope back. It was brand new earlier and it completely sold out with a lot of people missing out. Thank you to our team who have managed to get more. There's loads of you flying in. Just take it as soon as you can because this will be a sellout. We tried to get as many as we can. I think we've got about 75 more, or that's it. Hundreds of these sold first time round. Watch the demo back. We're doing something completely different this hour. So definitely make the most of it whilst you can. I say completely different. We're still going to be talking, you know, your hand stitching and Sashiko, but also Boro with a bag, which we'll go to in a moment. But this colour is gorgeous. We were saying about using it with a crew or white even, lovely white thread or some of the variegated bundles. But for anybody who missed it, you get your cushion front, you get your cushion envelope back, and there's ample fabric there to be able to have a really nice crossover. So it's not going to be, you know, there's nothing worse than when you've got a cushion and it's gaping that you can see the cushion inner. So that's really lovely. And then you've also got this additional fabric, which you could use here for whatever you want. I mean, we made a lovely little pouch, but that's going to then be pockets on a bag. We had a suggestion earlier. There's lots of options. Also, you've got your instructions running along the bottom of the panel. Quarter of the stock's gone, checked out, and we have more in baskets. So just be aware. Very, very busy on that one. I love this colour. And at $14.99, You've got two projects there, a cushion and then your additional little pouch if you want to make it as a pouch. There you go. That's your that's your other colourway that's going to be coming up in a moment. But if you love it in that lovely petrol, tealy blue, green, it's absolutely gorgeous and it's so affordable. All you need is your needle and your thread to get going. Okay, are you ready? How many of these have we got? 75. Go for it. They're going. They're going. This is to make the sample piece. This colour, this burnt orange, terracotta. You've got all your instructions along the bottom. Ignore the colour on the website because this is the colour that you're going to get. This is the lovely burnt orange terracotta colour, all printed, ready to go. It's slightly lighter printed here, and that's because you are going to follow these lines with your stitching, with your basic sort of running stitch. We did a demo earlier on with Cara. She was showing us how to start stitch, how to finish stitch, how to work with these panels, but it is really, really simple. Any instructions that you do need in terms of, you know, cutting out and how to, it's running along the bottom of the panel. There are Sashiko threads underneath us. There are, I was going to say needles, but they completely sold out, I believe, in the last hour. So well done if you managed to get anything. If you missed this, or if you want to buy another one, if you just thought, oh, do you know what, I want a pair, and that is a really good price. Make the most of it whilst we can. After she did the Sashiko on the additional pouch and also on the cushion, she did put some H640 behind it to give it that nice poofy feel on your cushion and your bag. There is H640 also underneath us. £14.99 for your envelope back cushion. It's going wild in the aisles again. I'm not surprised. If you haven't yet checked out on your orange, go for it. The mini panel would be beautiful as a pocket on a blouse, Georgie. Great idea. See, this is what I love, is that everybody's coming up with different ideas. Yeah, you could applique that onto loads of things, couldn't you? Over half the stock of our new stock has now gone on this one. So just be aware, we sold out in the hundreds. There are only 75 chances to be able to get this, and we are now limited on the burnt orange. The colour online I'm being told is lovely, but it's a different colour to what you're getting. This is the colour you're getting if you're seeing a colour on the web. That is the real life colour, the terracotta burnt orange. $14.99. The purpley one, we have availability in lovely heather. Different design on this one, and it's now in single figures. So if you do want that lovely fans, the sort of Art Deco fans that we were demonstrating with, I believe the green sold out, excuse me. This is now your panel on your heather colourway. We saw that earlier with the lovely pinks. Imagine doing it with your variegated pinks. $14.99 single figures on heather. Okay, that is just recapping the last hour. I'll let you know about the availability on the cushions as we go on. But today, we're all about the Boro bag now. Boro is another Japanese mending technique. We'll talk to Cara about it in a moment, but let's just go through these bundles. So, which one have you got there? The blue that the sample's made out of. I love the fact that going forward, you will be able to raid your stash, put together what you want, but our team have put in a really, really lovely collection of fabrics that are going to work really well for this technique. So you've got your all important instructions for your Boro knot bag, which is the one that you can see here. And then you've also got the instructions for the tote bag. So we've got instructions on transferring your designs for your Sashiko. We've got instructions on how to construct your bag with your Boro, because it's a really cool sort of patched technique. Assembling the bags, there's your templates as well to transfer. We'll talk about all of this in a moment. Lovely different options of, you know, your different stitches that you can do for your Sashiko. And then you've got your fabrics. Now, you've got, I believe, 1/2 metre of calico, 1/2 metre of your really deep navy. Is it? Does it say black? I'm seeing navy. Do you think that's navy, or would you say it's black?
I was sent denim.
I've got denim in here, look.
Oh no, I didn't have any black in that one.
Midnight it's called, so it's really deep blue. And then you've got fat quarters. We've got a fat quarter of denim. We've got a fat quarter of a lovely canvas in there. This one we love, love, love. You have got loads of fat quarters there to be able to make both style of bag with your fat quarters. You'll just need to add a bit of fabric for the lining, fabric for the sort of base of the bag. But you've got enough to make one whole bag, either one. But then if you do want to make both of them, you've got enough fat quarters there to be able to do all the pattern bits. It's just your lining fabric. You might need to add some from your stash. You may need to add some more calico, basically, which we have by the half metre.
I think one of the other half meters is the lining. I was sent lilac, so that's why I was a bit confused. So if there's 2 half meters, one's the calico, and then the midnight blue or black.
Your lining.
That's your lining.
Lovely. That's
and then the 5 fat quarters are the.
And then that's going to be all for your outer sort of pieced section. £26.99. You're getting all of those plus your pattern, and that is about to sell out. More people have got this in their baskets than there's availability. Very, 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 very busy for all Cara's pieces today. Now the gold one that you're going to be working with. Cara, instantly your face, you love it.
I know, I love it. I'm not showing yet.
Can you show us a little bit, please? Just a little sneak peek so we can see how it's
honestly,
together.
It is just, I'll show it. It is just, I just adore this.
Oh, this is going to look, oh, wow.
I just absolutely love the combination of colours and patterns.
Love
and
it.
Everything. You can't see the whole thing. But
So just to reiterate, your half meters are the pieces, so you need your calico for like the base of the bag.
exactly.
And then your other half meter
for the lining.
for the lining.
Or you've got bits left over that I've picked up and put onto the main bag as well, because I wanted to just lift it, and that yellow lifts it beautifully. So.
And the fat quarters are so nice. I love these checks. They're so nice. And then with the heavier canvas as well.
Yep.
You got 5 fat quarters for £26.99 with your instructions as well. That is absolutely gorgeous. We can't recommend this kit enough. It's going to look fab. Plus you're getting all your instructions, loads of templates, fabulous instructions, plus today's demo as well. That's a really good price. I mean, these are big bags. Look, there's your tote bag.
So you've got plenty of the fat quarters that will do both bags.
Yeah.
You'll just need extra lining and extra calico if you want to make more than one bag of each.
But my instructions will talk about both bags.
Yeah. Yes, the instructions, because the technique's exactly the same. It's just the
construction
pattern.
of the bag.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So, I feel like I'm doing a bit of a balancing act there. I'll put it down. So you're getting all your fat quarters plus your half meters for your lining and your base. We will talk, and it will make more sense as we go into the demo of how you use your calico for the base sort of template, and then how you build upon that with your Boro. But it's such a fabulous technique, and it's one then, and once again, once you've got your pattern, once you've got your first bundle under wraps, you will then be looking around like, oh, I could use this fabric and this little bit and this little bit, and build your own Boro bag from your stash as well. So that one's your golden. That's really popular. We then have your sort of pinks and blues. Your pattern, half a metre of calico, half a metre for your lining of your blue, and then single figures on this one already. Look at this with the reds.
I love that. Absolutely love that combination.
Are these Liberties? Liberty fabrics in here. Very nice. And then you've got your 2 sort of heavier weight canvas fabrics. Is that all right to be able to mix different weights of fabrics?
Definitely. And if you've got fabric in your stash, you can take pieces and just, you can get carried away. You will get carried away.
£26.99 for all of your instructions, plus loads of fabric. I must say, that is a really, really generous bundle for £26.99, less than £30. I think you'll love that. And to be able to have the pattern of both bags and be able to make, really construct both bags on its way to selling out. Final one is the pink bundle. Now this comes again with your lovely instructions, your lining, your calico half meters, and then look at these. Because this is, what's the name of this pattern? I feel like you've done this pattern before.
I can't see it from there, can I?
Is it seven stars?
Seven treasures.
Seven treasures.
Yeah.
Is it the one that's on the front of the bag?
Yes.
Is that seven treasures? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I love it. And
I love
these,
the way that it's
beautiful.
mixed with sort of like modern florals as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, and that bright pink is just perfect.
Oh, this is going to look amazing. Please don't let this one pass you by because I know we're not going to see this one made up. Then you've got your woven fabric in you've got this really lovely sort of canvas fabric in pink. And then this one is another one that's fab. How cool is that going to look with your Boro? That's a Moda canvas. That is a Moda canvas as well. I think that's my favourite. $26.99. That looks great, doesn't it? Red and blue, both sold out. So your two options are this lovely pink and the one that we're demonstrating with. Make the most of it. Also, instructions on their own. Now, I must say, look, lots of us have got fabrics, and for me, the whole sort of Boro technique is about these small pieces, building them up.
It's sustainability. It's sort of, you know, if you've got jeans or shirts or things like that at home that you can actually now, I've done the instructions, so you can use your own fabrics. You don't have to just use the fabrics that we have here. And, you know, although we said 5 fat quarters, you can just use up some of your stash, which is really nice. And, you know, denim, a lot of people have, you know, denim jeans that have worn out, and you can just cut those up and use those. And on the denim jeans, don't do anything with the actual pockets on the back. You can keep those and use them in a bag or something as a pocket on the inside or on the outside.
Am I right in saying Boro is another mending?
It is. So in Boro is sort of like rags.
Okay.
So it's like pieces of fabric that, you know, are used to actually patch something that's worn out.
Right.
So the actual stitching is the Sashiko stitching to attach those pieces of fabric to the base fabric.
Yeah.
So, you know, in Japan, that's what Boro is. It's just using the rags and things like that. And by layering things up, you know, they used to make them very, very warm. So it was really about reusing things and keeping things going, which is what we're all about now, isn't it?
Oh, do you know, everybody I speak to is about upcycling, reusing, sustainability.
Yes.
What have we got? Old jeans that you might want to cut up if they don't fit anymore.
Yes.
Baby clothes.
Oh
that
my
you
gosh,
want to
baby
then,
clothes. Yeah, definitely.
if they've got stains on, and you know, there's so many things
Cut
that
the
I think,
bits around.
do you know, they're not really good enough to be handing on to charity shops or something, but I don't want to just throw them away. So
No,
cut them up.
Yeah, you can cut them
Stitch
up.
them up.
You can make-
If you are getting your pattern on its own, this is full of great techniques, and it's also full of templates for then you to do Sashiko over the top of them. And how cool does this look? Anyone who is brand new to us today, which is, do you know, there's actually lots of new buyers today because we're now live on Virgin as well.
My goodness.
We've only recently joined onto Virgin, so if you are a new viewer, we've been with you for 4 years, but if you've just found us, welcome to the Sewing Street community. These are really, really achievable for new sewers, aren't they?
They are, and you know, every time that I've done something like this, I've just thought, oh my gosh, you know, you could use it so many different ways. You know, if you've got a pattern for a cushion, you could make a cushion. You could make a cushion from the bundles that, you know, we've got here, because the technique is exactly the same. So, you know, it's just, you get a bit carried away. Well, I do, literally.
Brilliant. So, working with your instructions, you talk about transferring those designs onto fabric.
Yeah.
How do we do this then, Cara?
Yeah, so...
in whatever order you want to do, sorry.
Yeah, I prefer to do that. So I've got all the... So I just wanted to go through the actual instructions just briefly. So I take you through the knot bag, and then we go on to the tote bag, but the technique is exactly the same for both of them. Then at the back, you've got template there for the actual knot bag. And you'll notice that template 1 and template 2 have got the letters at the top there. And I would personally, I'd trace those out onto tracing paper or pattern paper or something like that. I'd trace that out, and then you'd join them. So where the C is there, you match it with the C there, and then you go all the way round. This is a fold line, so for the knot bag, you're actually going to lay that onto the fold of the fabric. And then you've got the handles, and you've got, again, the A and B there. So you'll trace it, cut it out, and then stick that with some sellotape or something. And then you've got the other side of the handle. One handle is longer than the other. So that's your templates for those. The other templates that you've got is for some Sashiko stitching.
Nice.
So this is
Wow.
one of them. So this is a really big one.
Yeah.
So I've used quite big panels on some of the bags there. You can use them as big ones. You can actually, if you wanted to, just trace and stitch a small one. So if you just want that star,
Yeah.
you can just, so you can play around with the templates that I've given you. And then the other one here, again, I've used that on the bags
This
there.
is another really popular
Yes, yes.
pattern, isn't it? I recognise
Yeah.
that one.
So, but I give you techniques as to how you can use just a piece of plastic and draw this. But don't feel that you've got to do the whole of it. You, again, can just do a section of it.
Yeah.
And on the sample that I've done, I've only used a section of it. And then the other ones are these little templates. So although they're in the template 1 and 2, these are your templates for tracing and doing your Sashiko. So again, I trace it onto tracing paper, and then I'd use that to transfer it onto the fabric. So these ones are for a 4-inch square piece of fabric, like that. And what you'll do is you can use Chikopi paper, and I think we've got that, haven't we? Have we got some?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Chikopi paper is a tracing paper, and it comes in different colours.
Yeah, I always wonder, why would you need a different colour?
Right, so if you're doing it on a dark fabric, you want to use the white or the yellow. If you're using it on a light fabric, then you'd use the blue. I think there's a pink, a green. So you've got different
so it's all
colours.
just depending on what fabric
Yeah.
you're transferring on,
Yeah.
so you can see it.
Yes, and it's a chalk transfer. So
Is this the size of the sheets that you get? Did you
Yes.
cut that up? No, so you're going to be able to use this a lot, aren't you?
yes, I mean, I've used this. You can see where I've used it. So if you've got some washi tape, what you can do, you want your fabric. Now, I'm actually going to do this onto a piece of card. No, I'm going to do it onto the cutting board first and then onto a piece of card, because I found that, have I got some paper scissors?
Just out of curiosity, you know when you see this pattern here that you were talking about, this circle one, do you see flowers or circles?
Oh, gosh.
Do you see circles? I see flowers. I see these flowers. You see these diamonds. Do you know if you were to do them all in different depending on the threads
Yes,
that you use,
yes, it
you
does.
can interchange your colours?
I mean, Susan Briscoe's book is just inspirational. If anybody's got any of her books, they are just inspirational, and she shows them with different colours. So,
But this is such a great way to get all of these. Look at how many different, you've got all the flowers, you've got this one, all of these different patterns that you're going to be able to use for, yes, your bags, but imagine that on the back of your denim jackets, on the back of a pocket, on a shirt or something. That would be amazing.
So I'm just going to, so I've got my fabric on the bottom.
Yeah.
Then you've got your Chikopi paper. I'm just going to match that up with the edge of the fabric.
Your copy paper's just $3.99.
And you've got, I don't know, how many sheets? 5 sheets.
I like your Christmas
Oh, no,
washi
5
tape.
different colours. Yeah. So,
Great.
you know, it can be used over and over again. So I'm just going to hold that in position, like that. And you don't want to tape it all the way down, because you want to be able to lift it up and see whether you've managed to transfer the design. So then you will just match that up to the fabric, and I'm going to use the washi tape again, or any masking tape or anything like that. especially we've got a bit of a breeze in here, so we want to secure it there. Right, now, so this is trial and error. I've done this a few times. So what you can do with your Soline chalk pen, there is on mine, and I'm sure it is on the others, can you see there's just sort of like a pen? So it hasn't got any...
Just a normal biro?
It's like a normal biro end.
Oh, with no ink.
With no ink, no chalk or anything like that. So you can use that, or I've got an old biro that's run out and I've kept that, and that's really good because you can actually just trace it. This one I've traced a few times, so you can see that. So you want very, very firm pressure on there, and you will be going round. If you've got a biro that's still got the ink in it, you can still use that. And in fact, if you've got a biro with the ink in it, it does help because you can see where you've traced. Whereas at the moment, I'm actually just hopefully working my way around. Yeah. But that's why you want it, so you can lift it up so you can see. Now, you may not be able to see the line very clearly on the television, and it might be a little bit pale, but it gives you enough of a pattern that you can then, okay, so I would then lift up my tracing.
Could you do all this before you do any sort of construction on your Boro bag?
So I'm going to actually, because I can see where it's been indented, you can go over that again, and that helps to transfer the design onto your fabric. So you might have to do it a couple of times, depending on how heavy you are with the pressure. And then I found it much, much easier, especially for stitching, to take the Chicopy paper off. I think we've gone round that. Take the Chicopy paper off, and then with the chalk pen, so I'm going to take that off. You can just about see the line there. And if you can't see it very clearly, can you get in close enough?
Yeah.
So if you've got a light colour in your Soline pen, you can actually go over the line, and it's just chalk, so it will come off eventually.
We've got a Soline pen. It's slightly different to yours. It's one of the mechanical pencils, so it's still, you know, a pencil with a refill. It's not the clicker one that you're...
No, sorry, this was the only one that I had at home. But can you see that you can go over the design? And this is going to be for your Sashiko stitching. So this will show up very, very clearly. So you can see that.
Oh, thank you so much for sending in your images. Hannah says she's just preparing them to show you. Oh, I've got a few I could show you. Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much for sending in your images of your Sashiko. Here's Beverly's. Beverly says, hi, Karen.
Wow.
I made this bag for my mum for Mother's Day this year. Love the show. Oh, that is amazing.
Oh, that is beautiful. Look at the
Love
colours.
the colours.
Yeah.
Mount Fuji, this is so cool. We had another lady messaging saying she was doing Mount Fuji one. They look amazing.
Oh,
Here
look
we go.
at these.
Hope you can see the project, Kate. Oh, yeah, Kate. This is Kate's.
Brilliant.
She's got a new camera. It looks great. Love her.
Amazing.
Love this. And she's made a bag. She did the clamshells. Brilliant. It's addictive, isn't it? It looks addictive, doesn't it?
It's definitely addictive. Definitely.
But I remember when you first started doing
I know.
Sashiko, this isn't, I mean, you've done hand embroidery for how many years? And then,
Oh, I know.
Then it was only new to you from here, wasn't it?
It was. And I had heard of it, but I'd never actually stitched anything. So now it's just like, ooh, yeah. And I wanted to sort of bring it a new sort of slant to it as well. I wanted to sort of say, well, yeah, okay, this is Sashiko, this is the traditional technique, but you can actually do something, you know, completely different. And I love the Boro idea. So then you've transferred your pattern onto your piece of fabric, and then you do your stitching. So do you want me to go through the actual stitching just in case there's any new?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yeah, we've got
okay.
time.
So it's just running stitch. So this one, with the cushions that we had before, you actually had the dotted line already there, didn't
Right.
you? This one, you've got a solid line. So it is a little bit more that you've got to decide the length of your stitch.
Does it matter if it's slightly irregular?
I know, I mean,
They
come
say
on.
aim for like a grain of rice.
I know,
don't they?
look at mine.
But I'm judging the length of your stitches here, Cara.
Don't, please don't. You try to make them as regular as possible. You try to make them one stitch length on the top and a smaller stitch length underneath. But again, you can do it with the Sashiko needles. I know we've run out, but they've got a lovely sharp point, and this is a curved line, but you can still get into a rhythm and do your stitching like that. What you want to try and do is make sure that you're, when you meet a line, that you don't actually cross over. So again, you just pull that through, just run your finger and thumb, just to make sure that the fabric's not puckered again. And then we've come to the join. I'm just going to drop my needle down there, and I'm going to finish off, because there's no, I could start stitching around there, but I'd still have this part to do.
Okay.
So I'm going to finish off, and that again is just needle under the stitch, make a loop, under the stitch again, needle into the loop. So you can make one knot and then make another knot.
Ollie, are you watching this? Because you've got your kit now ready to
Yes. So, and then again, not like traditional embroidery, you start with a knot.
I like that ochre thread. That's nice. Looks nice with the yellow kit.
Yes.
With your lovely kit.
So I'm going to actually stitch down here, then there's only a little area to jump, and then I can do that other petal. So I start with a knot, and again you get into a rhythm, so you do a longer stitch on top, a smaller one underneath, and as I say, you don't want to cross. So in fact, I'm going to make that a little bit longer. So I've done all my stitches on there, just pull the needle through, and I'm going to come across and start at the bottom, whoops, and then do my stitches. So you'll decide on how many panels you want to have Sashiko. You don't have to have Sashiko, so don't feel you have to. The Boro can be just pieces of fabric, just layered and then stitched together.
Right, so if you want to do Sashiko, do those pieces first.
Yes.
Add, you know, for on the patches that you're going to be
Yes.
placing them. But it's not essential.
No, absolutely.
It's nice to add them though, isn't it? I do love it.
I just love the mixture. I love the combination. And also, to be honest as well, if you don't know, well, my stitches are really long now. It's because I was talking. I'd usually undo that and make them smaller. In fact, I will do.
Oh no, don't!
I know, look.
What's great is that it is free and there's no rules on how long.
No, you do want to try. It's just I'm obviously talking at the same time and I'm not concentrating. You do want to try and make sure that your stitches are of a similar length. But don't worry if they're not. Nobody else will notice. Only everybody that's watching.
Oh yeah, the messages are going to be flooding in.
I know.
Like,
What did she do? What did she do? Okay. So you'll carry on until you've stitched the whole thing. And then I haven't got one that's stitched it beyond there, I think. Oh no, I've got it on here. I know.
Look at that, I love it. The yellow, by the way, that Cara was using is this one. It is a Sashiko thread. You get 100 metres. We were talking about the 20-metre skeins being, you know, long, great was, whereas this is going to really keep you going. If you are working with the colourway that Sarah's working with, these, look, how perfect is that going to be to stitch onto these darker ones? I love that. It's like literally the same colour is this sort of chartreuse orange golden tone. That will work really, really well. And that will go on and on and on. You're going to be able to use this for lots of projects. It's only £4.99 if you want to add that to your order.
Okay, if you want to, I'm going to start
layering
up on the tote bag. If you want a box bottom, now is the time to just mark that out.
Are you doing the knot bag or the tote bag here?
I'm going to do the tote bag to start with, layering, and then I'll go to the knot bag.
Do both have box bottom?
Both of those have got box bottom, but you don't have to. The only thing that I would say is if you are going to do a box bottom, don't stitch over that area.
Okay.
Because you'll be cutting it, and if you cut it and you've already stitched it, it will come undone.
Yeah.
So you need to mark that and make sure that you don't actually stitch over that area. So that's what I would do, is mark it, but you don't have to have a box bottom.
No, your calico comes within your bundle, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And that will be enough for, I think it's pretty wide, so I'm just thinking if it should be enough for both of them. Right, so then you get your fabric and you get your stash. If you've got your stash at home, you get your stash at home. And on the top of the tote bag, I actually used the cotton canvas, and I did a piece at the top, a piece at the middle, and then a piece at the other end. So you can cut it to the width of your actual fabric. So I think it's 15 inches. So I'm going to do 15 inches and cut 3 pieces from this piece. I'm not sure if I've got another piece in there. Let me just check. But you're going to cut strips. So you're going to cut strips of fabric. Some are going to be 3.5 inches, 4 inches, 2 inches, 1 inch. It doesn't matter. You can do a real selection of different lengths and everything, different widths. So 15 inches, which is the width of the actual bag. And don't worry about the cotton canvas will fray. And I love it that it frays because it gives you that real rough sort of appearance. So, okay. Then I'm going to do, what width is that? So it's about 11 inches, so maybe 2.5, whoops. 2.5 for the top, 2.5 for the bottom, and then the bit in the middle. Or shall I do 3? I might do 3. 3, yeah, 3 and 9. Yeah, I'm going to do 3. 3 inch at the top, but you know, it is entirely up to you. So that's going to be one of my tops. It's going to be the other top. And I just wanted to sort of have something sort of quite firm at the top, and then that will be the middle bit. So find the centre of that. Now you're going to be laying your fabrics onto your base, and I started by pins. What have I done with them? I did have them.
Oh no. I
Yep,
might
got
have
them.
some pins. Oh yeah, got some.
Yeah. So you can either use a glue pen, or you can use pins. I found pins were a little bit more forgiving, because you may want to move things around. So if you start off by just pinning the fabric in position, like that. I'm only going to do maybe half of the bag. Put that there. And you'll do this over the whole bag. So the knot bag will be exactly the same. You'll have a base, and if you've got a box bottom, you'll mark the box bottom, and you can lay your fabrics over the top, but just don't stitch over that box bottom. So I've got one of these. I'm going to put mine actually no, I'm going to put it further down. In fact, I'm going to overlap. So I'm going to overlap. So it's nice to actually overlap your fabrics. You don't really want any of your base fabrics to be showing. So I'm just going to put a couple of pins in there just to hold it in position. I've got loads of threads and everything everywhere, but that's fine.
Yeah, get your lint roller ready.
Yes, but it doesn't matter. So then we come to the fun bit where we can take, so we can decide, right, okay, what colour do I fancy doing? So I fancy maybe a little piece there, so I'm going to just cut, I've got a smaller ruler, sorry. So I'm going to cut a square, 3 by 3, and I'm going to pop that.
Do they have to be any specific size?
No, not at all.
Do you want to cover the whole of your calico?
You do. You want to cover the whole of your calico with your fabrics. I quite like, although it's random, I quite like there being
Some sort of
you know,
there's a lot of creative people that struggle with it
random.
being completely
I
random.
really
Even
struggle
though it's
with random. Yeah.
there's organised random.
Yeah. So I'm going to do a piece that's 4 by 3. And I'm going to pop that one up there.
Do you know, this is where actually anybody who got their ruler today, their stripology.
Oh my gosh.
Well, do you know what you could do? You could literally just place your fabric underneath it and then just go, right, random spots, just cut through any of these, and they're going to be precise, so they're still going to look nice that they're straight lines.
That's right.
And actual sort of sizes, but you could just randomly cut through any of these slots.
Just a mixture.
And then spin it round and cut through then to make little squares of all different sizes. That's going to really be useful.
I'm going to put that on there. You want to sort of just lay them out roughly to start with. And then, you know, say you've got some gaps. All right, okay, I'm going to pop a little bit of the yellow there. And I love the spot of colour. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to pop that one there.
So it can overlap.
Yep.
Tuck it underneath.
And then there's black. There we go.
Can we show you the inspiration that the lady sent in of the jacket? There's a lady who's done a Boro jacket.
Oh my gosh.
So look at this,
Oh,
Louise.
look at that.
My Boro inspired jacket. I made this a few years ago, but I still love it. That is so
Louise,
cool.
That is incredible.
Love it.
Incredible. There are such talented people out there. So I'm just layering, just playing around. Might go over that. So if you just put one pin in, you can lift up and layer and just play around with it. So you carry on doing this. You can have little pieces. So for example, maybe I don't like that great big area. So I can just cut a little square or a rectangle. I'm going to pop that there. So again, this is just really random.
Is it always working with squares and rectangles?
Yes, usually. So I've suggested in the instructions that you work with squares and rectangles. But then you'll just carry on. So say, for example, I'm thinking, oh, I need something down there. I haven't got much of that, so I'll use the one here. And this is why you can use, you know, your own stash. So I'm going to pop that one there, go underneath that, underneath that.
This yellow bundle is about to sell out.
And if your fabric frays,
Doesn't matter.
brilliant,
Yeah.
absolutely brilliant. I think the one I haven't got is, not that one, that one. See, I don't know whether I want those two to be together, so I might just do a small piece of this, just to break it up. So, like that. Whoops. I'm going to make a mess here. I really am. Sorry, cat. I'm going to have bits everywhere. So I need something there. I haven't used any of the canvas, so I might actually use a piece of the canvas there. Just make sure that that's the right width. I think 3 should be enough. So pop that in there. So you can see how quickly it grows.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're using, I'm imagining lots of people who as well are using really small pieces as well. That's going to look really good. Is there a size that you need to use?
No.
Would you, no, you
No,
can go as
not at
small
all.
as you want.
You can go as small as you like. I'm going to pop that one in there, I think.
I love the idea of upcycling. You know, fabrics that you love on clothes, or fabrics that you love that are too small to use in a pieced quilt, and you're thinking, oh, I don't want to get rid of that. We're talking about what with Sarah. What are you going to do with those little triangles? And actually, stitch them together and make a square, and then you can put them onto here.
And to cover that, so about there. So this is just half the bag. I will go back to the dot bag and show you, because the techniques are going to be exactly the same. Let me just double check.
The bundle's sold out. The only bundle that's now got availability is this lovely pink one. It's going to look fab. You've got Moda canvas in there. You've got some really beautiful Japanese-inspired fabric. So this is going to echo the stitching that you're going to do with your Sashiko as well. And then you've got your florals. You've got your beautiful Moda with a bit of metallic. They're going to look really, really cool. Don't let that one pass you by. They're just $26.99, 5 fabrics, plus you're then getting your meter for your lining, your calico for your layering, your base of your layering, and your instructions, which comes with loads of templates for Sashiko as well, all for $26.99. That's the only bundle now that's available. We do have instructions on their own, and that ruler is going to come in useful. Cara was like, oh, do I do it? Do I do it? She's like, I've got 10 seconds to like look at it, so I won't just do it on air off, you know.
No, but I would love
we should give it to you though to have a look
at. That would be very nice.
Great.
I would love that. Thank you very much indeed.
There you go. You can have it.
So there you go. So you've actually I'd spend a little bit more time and I'd do the other half and then take a photograph, and then once you're happy with the combination and you think, oh yeah, that's okay, want to maybe add a little bit there, or whatever, you can do. So I'm just going to go back to the one that, so I pinned that. Once you're happy with where the position of the fabric is, then you can either use a glue pen or you can tack it. And I actually tacked mine, because I just found it much easier. You won't be able to get all of this on, but you can see it's just a bit creased there. You can see how I've put this one together, and it's exactly the same technique. I put the pieces of fabric on. I decided where I wanted my Sashiko first, and then I built the other ones up around it, and then I looked at it from a distance. I mean, can you see all of it, or shall I hold it up?
That's fine, yeah. Hold it up, yeah.
So, you know, I looked at it and decided where there were gaps, where I wanted to add bits. You know, I love the yellow, absolutely love the yellow. So you would either stick it with a glue pen, or I've used the tacking thread. You've got some really good threads there for...
Well, these, you know, I'm not going to lie, these are threads that we always say, maybe they're not ones that I would use to piece my best Liberty quilt with. I've got other threads in my stash for that. But then I don't want to be using my Orifils to be tacking with. Yeah. So these are really, really affordable. So they're perfect for that. They're your polyester assorted threads. You're getting loads in there because there's 1,000 meters on each spool and there's 20 of them. Hannah's discounting it as well today for you, just because that's £19.99, and that makes it just 99 pence a spool that has got 1,000 meters of thread. Obviously, this is going to be loads of thread to do all your tacking forever. You know, you're finishing off. It's just a really great addition to get kids sewing as well. You know,
Definitely.
It's brilliant.
Definitely.
You can use it in your machine. It's 50 weight, isn't it? I believe. You can still use it in your machine. Still use it in your machine. It's 100% polyester. Nice array of colours there. But just when Cara says she does, you know, her thread tacking, that is brilliant. Oh my gosh, what? If Ollie were to have each of these threads all laid out, that's a lot more thread than his commute to work that takes him an hour to get here. Did you work out the distance? 20 kilometres of thread. £20. Brilliant.
There you go. There you go. Okay, so once you've decided where everything's going, for the knot bag, I actually did some diamond shapes. So you can start anywhere really, and with your chalk pencil, because it's black, I'm not sure if the chalk will, yeah, maybe, onto the yellow. And
Now,
you just
this
draw.
is if you want to do it by hand or if you machine.
This, either machine or by hand. And then I just did them a grid 1 inch apart. And the only thing that I would say to you is, obviously you're going to be starting in one position and you want to follow it all the way across, okay? When you come to the Sashiko pieces, don't stitch those.
Right.
So you won't be stitching over the patches of Sashiko. You will be actually starting and stopping there. So if you've got a big piece of Sashiko, you won't need to do so much stitching.
I'm with you. So if you want to have a look at the end one here, this is on that's been done on the machine, and Cara's done all of these stitches. So these are the lines that she's drawing on now, and as she's got to the Sashiko, you can see there's not all the lines running through. So she's stopped. She stopped here and then started again on the next one because you don't want to be stitching over this part.
No.
But you can see then to secure them, we've stitched round them on the machine. And it's up to you whether you want to do it like this on machine, or let me show you the knot bag that Cara's done by hand. I mean, this just looks beautiful. So you can see then a different way, whether you do straight lines or whether you're doing the crosshatch, the diamonds like Cara is showing you now. You do all of your lines the one way, all your lines the other way, and then once she's got to the Sashiko section, stopped, started again. That looks great, doesn't it?
And again, you get into a rhythm. If you're doing it by hand, you can get into a rhythm. And, it's so therapeutic. It really is. So you'll see that I've actually used a friction pen where it's a light fabric. So now I've started the diamonds. I've done them 1.5 inches apart there, just to make it a long diamond. But your stitching lines are going to go all the way across to the other side of the bag. So I would draw all the way across here, but then miss the Sashiko piece and carry on. So these rulers are brilliant for actually drawing the lines and everything. So you draw your grid up, then you get your Sashiko thread, and that's why those big chunky skeins of Sashiko thread are ideal, because you can use those for the whole bag. The next thing you will do is you'll measure up about 9 inches from the centre here, and you'll put your bag together and you'll measure up. You can see I've cut the, I wouldn't cut the box bottom first. I'd actually draw it, and then you just won't be stitching over that bit. But you'll measure up from the bottom 9 inches, from the other side 9 inches, and you'll machine down there after you've done your box bottom.
Okay.
All instructions are in the instruction booklet. You will not stitch this bit, or this bit, or this bit yet.
Right.
So you'll be stitching down at the bottom. You will have done your box bottom, and then you stitch across the handles at the top.
Right.
You can pass me the things.
Let's try you catch it again.
Thank you. So this is where the end of the bag is. There's your box bottoms, but all instructions are included in the pattern. And then you will, so you've done all of that, then you will machine all the way around here, but you won't machine that or that. You're going to turn everything through, and then you'll fold that over, fold the other side over, and when they're right sides out like this. So you will have folded that over, folded that one over, and you will do top stitching, and that will hold that seam closed.
Right.
So that will just help everything. So these are already joined and everything. Oh, it's the lining, sorry. Sorry, ignore me. Rewind. It's the lining. So you'll fold that, you'll fold your lining, and it's the lining that is attached.
It's all in your instructions.
Yes,
anyway, so
all
don't
the
panic.
instructions anyway, but it will be like that.
Lovely.
And then you'll do your top stitching all the way around.
Beautiful. Oh, I love it. Honestly, you're going to have so much fun. It's so different, isn't it? I mean, we've all probably made maybe a tote bag. If you have, this is going to be a tote bag that you get stopped and asked about all the time. And it's going to be a real talking point, isn't it? I love them. Whether you do the tote bag, whether you want to do the knot bag. Remember, there's instructions to be able to do both of these because you're not going to want to stop at just making one, are you? And you do actually have enough in your fat quarters to be able to do both of them in the kits. I'm talking about the kits like they're still available. I believe the kits have now virtually gone. There might be a couple of the pinks left and that's it. We have instructions on their own. Instructions, brilliant value because it's a full booklet. I mean, you've got loads of guidance in terms of transferring your templates which are included. So transferring them onto your fabric, how to do your sash go, then how to do your layering up with your Boro. It was a great demo today, so jot down today's date so you can watch Cara back. Constructing your bag to be able to do the knot bag. Also constructing the Boro tote bag is here. Extra expert tips and tricks. Bit about Sashiko, a bit about Boro, and then you've also got your templates. So we've explained how you use your bag templates, explained how to use these templates for your Sashiko. These are again your bag templates and then extra Sashiko ideas, which you can then cut down and just use smaller sections. You could use them as borders. You'll be able to use them time and time again. And whether you're just, I mean, they're quite thick lines actually, if you want to just trace them straight onto some of your fabric. But if it is darker or heavier fabric, chuck copy papers underneath us. $9.99. Now, it's been absolute sellout shows all round today. Cara's first hour was a complete sellout. We've managed to get a few more of these panels. I mean, there's literally fewer than 20 now remaining of our second sort of stash of these. So please make the most of them whilst you can. The terracotta colour was so popular. Burnt orange. Instructions are running along the bottom of the panel. You've got the cushion here with those stitches ready to go so you can stitch straight onto the top of those. You've got your envelope cushion back and then you've also got additional fabric which you can use as a little pouch, as pockets, as keyrings, however you want to use them. You've got additional fabric basically. £14.99. Go with the colour that you can see on screen. And this is what it's going to look like when it's all stitched up. It's absolutely beautiful. We are thrilled with these. Okay, now there were less than 20. We've now got more of you in baskets than we have availability, and we definitely can't get any more of those today. So definitely make the most of them right now. We also have the teal. Oh, this is gorgeous. I love this one. Loads of you have made the most of it. More of your sort of traditional colour when it comes to Sashiko. It's going to look great with your ecru. It's going to look lovely with white. If you are getting your 100 metres, sorry, of your ochre, these are going to look amazing together. So that's your 100 metres. It is available underneath. It's 100 metres of Sashiko thread. Instructions, envelope back, and additional fabric as well. More available in baskets than we have. More in baskets than we have available. Cara, thank you so much. It's been amazing.
Thank you, everybody.
Do you have a date that you're back with us?
End of May.
End of May.
Yeah.
Lovely. We will see you then.
Not sure what yet. I've got a few ideas.
End of May? That's ages away. I was thinking, hang on, where are we now? We're still in March.
I know. I've got a couple of holidays and things.
Oh, enjoy.
Yeah,
enjoy.
and I want to spend time sort of creating.
Honestly, well, yeah, these samples and patterns, they take time to develop, don't they?
They
So,
do.
yeah, bring us
They're
more
lovely.
because we've
Yeah.
loved it. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Don't go anywhere because we're going to do more bag making and another amazing technique. This flip and stitch bag with Sarah is coming up. It's already selling on pre-order, so get ahead. Don't go anywhere. We are back with Sarah in just a couple of minutes.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Sewing Street is now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello, welcome back. I must say, there is a really lovely sort of seamless blend into each hour today, because this also has a bit of a Japanese feel to the panel, and Sarah actually did Sashiko on the back of her bag. So it's all worked in line with each other today. Now, flip and stitch. This is a technique I've never seen before. Sarah.
Really? How exciting.
So I'm excited to see how it's done. And it's nice that you can sort of, I suppose, transfer this skills as well. Is it something that you would have on a quilt? Or?
You can have it on a quilt, or it makes up into a really nice cushion as well.
Nice.
So it makes quite a strong fabric because of the way you've created it. So it's quite good in anything that needs strength, like bags.
Brilliant. So the flip and stitch tote bag comes with a massive amount of fabric here. So you've got your instructions as always, which is brilliant. You're then getting a whole metre of denim. So that's going to be for the back and for the lining. And I'm presuming you'll have...
Back and facing in the denim, and you'll have a good amount left over.
Yeah, because it's wide, isn't it?
It's a really nice denim as well.
There's a lot in there. You then get a metre of your... like duck egg blue, your cotton, which is really nice. Is this for the lining? And then, let me open out this panel because this is the first time I believe this has been to air. It's absolutely gorgeous, designed especially for this bag. And, oh, I love it. These colours have been the colours of the day, the orange and sort of petrol blue. I absolutely love this. It's like the whole day, it's all come together. It's like there's a plan today, Sarah. We've planned it. We've planned it. I love it. 2.5 inch strips.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got like your sort of design roll. These are brand new panels, never been seen before. And how gorgeous are they? Absolutely gorgeous. Because look, they've got like the fans that we had earlier on. You've got the lovely oranges. I believe my talk back's potentially gone, Kat. Thank you. You've also then got on the side here extra centre squares and centre fabrics. Thank you. That you're going to be able to use. So are these ones that you don't actually use within the...
So the squares, they're going to be your hexagon for the centre of the bag on the front.
Right.
And then the extra bigger panel can either be, you can have just a simple slip pocket in it if you want, or I'm going to show you how to do an invisible zip pocket. So they can be the lining for your invisible zip pocket.
So the invisible zip is within the bag. I wonder whether you can see here. Because it is invisible, it's completely sort of concealed within. But we always have lots of questions about inserting concealed zips. So your zip is actually, can you see the little zip tab? That's going to be completely concealed within your lining, which I love. And it's a big pocket, isn't it?
It is a big pocket.
This is going to be a nice one to be able to take to workshops and classes, actually, for your rulers and things, because it's quite a structured bag.
Yeah.
This is going to be lovely. So that is a really, really lovely bundle. They're going straight into baskets. Be aware that this is brand new, never been to air before. Love the panel. I mean, the panel alone, surely that's, again, just doing the breakdown, that's a £20 panel, isn't it? Then you've also got a metre of each of your fabrics. Your denim is extra wide, so it'll be 150 wide. And you're getting your roomy tote, your flip and stitch roomy tote, another new cool technique to learn. Your templates there as well, and you then know it. I mean, it's a really cool new, as I say, I've not seen this technique before, I don't think. Your flip and stitch roomy tote for just $32.99. We also have a couple of other colourways to quickly whiz through before we jump into these techniques. So you've got here your instructions again. You've got a metre of your light denim. You've got a metre of your grey cotton. And then this panel, let's have a look, is more of your sort of monochrome. We've called it neutral. You've got your grey scales. That's nice as well. And it's going to go with everything, you know, in your wardrobe, whatever you're wearing to go out with. There's a light sort of lavender, slight mauve in there, isn't there? That is really nice. Centre squares here for your hexes, and then you've got extra fabric as well. But these are brilliant, because how much fabric would you have to source to make it, you know, to make it all coordinate? You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different fabrics there. 12, 13, 14 different fabrics, really. Even if you're using, you know, a design roll that you already have, you're paying nearly £50, aren't you, for a design roll?
Yeah.
on a lovely printed panel. It's making it in an affordable way. 100% cotton, great quality, with all of your lining and your fabric, facing fabrics as well, plus your instructions for $32.99. Then finally, we have the purple. I think you're all going to love this. This is so springy. How beautiful. They call it folk floral. Oh, with the denim, the lilac. This is going to be adorable. This is one that you're working with, actually, isn't it? I'm excited to see this coming together because that is so nice for spring. Already people checking out on this. Oh, do you know what? I love that panel. Get it for this panel, even if you just want your instructions to be able to make it with other fabrics or other design roles that you've got in mind. That is a beautiful new panel, isn't it? It also comes with a metre of your lilac, a metre of your denim and your instructions, all for £32.99. Great price on that one. And it's a brand new, beautiful spring floral panel. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Right, they're going straight away. A third of the stock has gone instantly. Be aware, if you've got it in your basket, that colourway is very, very popular. And as it's the demo, the demo bundle, it's going to be, I think that's going to be a quick sellout. Instructions are available on their own. So to create this, do you recommend working with, you know, a design roll or a strip roll?
Makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
But you could use scraps from your stash as long as you've got enough sort of length to them. But as I start demoing, you'll see how long your bits need to be.
Brilliant. All of your instructions are here, everything you need to know, step by step, full instructions with photographs as well. Very, very clear. Very thorough, and we're going to be going through some of the techniques today anyway. But instructions on their own are just £9.99. So, I'm intrigued. Flip and stitch. Where am I flipping? Where am I stitching?
Okay. Right. So, first off then, you can do flip and stitch onto ordinary wadding, and you can also do it quite successfully onto the 640 fusible fleece.
Right, so this is your wadding within, it's actually done onto
So you're doing
that.
it straight onto it, yeah.
Right.
So I thought I would show it onto the fusible fleece because I think most people will go, oh, but you do loads of ironing. And if you do it onto the fusible fleece, you can cut out on some of the ironing. Oh, you're over there. So I thought I'd show it on the fusible fleece, but you can use it on normal wadding as well. I've got a piece in front of me. So the bag is going to be, the finished front piece of the bag is going to be 20 inches square. So I always cut my wadding so it's about 21 inches square, just so you can trim it to size when you've finished it. And actually as well, a great tip is, this is actually two bits that have been zigzagged together. So sometimes when you get like half a metre or a metre, like you've got an odd bit at the end, just stitch them together with a zigzag stitch and you can reuse all those scraps up.
Brilliant.
So you don't have to waste anything.
So we always have, our fabric stash. You also have your wadding stash.
Wadding stash, absolutely.
Zigzag them together.
Yeah.
Fantastic. One H640 is going to be enough for the back and the front? Is it a metre piece?
Yeah, it should be, yeah. Yeah. And the back doesn't have to be done with the wadding. That's optional, that's up to you as well, yeah.
I was going to ask, sorry, is that glue side up or glue side down?
At the moment, it's glue side up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fab.
So I'm not going to use any of the fusible element of this until the very end. Right, so what I've done is I've drawn a cross through the centre. So it's basically folded in half one way and then it's folded in half the other way. And then I have cut out my centre hexagon. Now, you can fussy cut that. It almost looks like I did, but I really didn't. You can fussy cut it or you can just, however you want it. And then to place that very first hexagon, just fold it in half. So that would be along where the points are. And then fold it in half the other way. So you'll get two creases and then you can just line those creases up with the lines that you've drawn onto your wadding. And I'm just going to pin that in place. Because even though this is fusible, I'm not going to do any of the fusing until the end. Okay, so I know that this is in the centre. And then I've got all of my strips to work from. So, again, just like I was saying in the earlier demonstration, you're just looking for nice contrast. So I'm just going to work through here, and I think I'm going to start off with that one. Now, if I just bring this sample into shot, you've got a hexagon and you're going to have 6 pieces going around it because it's got 6 sides. Nice. So I'm just going to choose 6 different fabrics now rather than keep going backwards and forwards. So I think I'm going to go with a bit of that one. And
you have any tips on cutting up your panel? Because they're obviously very
Yes.
close to each other, aren't they? Do you use a rotary cutter?
Yeah, so what I would do is I would trim the part of your panel down that the strips are onto, so get rid of everything else. And then I would fold that panel in half, short edges together, and make sure it's really bang on. So I would pin along a couple of the lines where the strips are joining each other. And then once I know that that's all lined up, I would press it in half to get a really nice crease at the bottom. And then I would put out a big cutting mat and use a rotary cutter and a ruler. And you might find, just like I've got on this one here, you end up with a tinsy slither of the other one if you haven't quite lined it up perfectly. But generally speaking, if you go to the effort of pinning it, I didn't on this, you should find that it all works out okay. And then when you cut your strips, you're pretty much bang on. For this project, 1/4 inch seam allowance, you'll be fine anyway.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so I've just got to choose 6 strips. So I'm just looking for 6 nice colour variations. And I'm going to try and avoid going too close to anything that's like that pattern, because I'll just keep that further away from it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's go with the yellow as well. So I'm just going to pop those to one side for the minute. So whichever fabric you use first is going to be the one that you're going to see the least amount of. So instinctively, we sometimes go for our favourite one first, but actually you might not want to use your favourite one because you're not going to see loads of it. So I'm actually going to go for the green just because it's quite similar to the yellow, and so I don't want too much of that on the same circle of the hexagon. And you can rotary cut with this, or you can just use scissors. So I'm measuring a piece off that's about 1 inch longer than the side of the hexagon that side, and about 1 inch longer than the side of the hexagon that side. And I'm just going to trim that. I am going to pop that right sides together, and then I'm just going to put that underneath the machine. So this has got the glue side up because we are going to make use of the fusing, but we're just going to do it later on. And again, you'd use a 1/4 inch foot. This has got a 1/4 inch stitch. Okay. So what we're going to do, so we've stitched it, we're going to flip it. So there we are, we're flipped. Now, when you use the H640, you find that the glue dots actually act as a bit of traction, so it sits down really nice, because you don't want to iron it now, because you're going to end up with glue all over your iron. So if you've got a scrap system and you want to use it, you can, but otherwise you can just use your normal wadding. And then we're going to stitch this down, okay? I'm going to start by stitching from the seam out, and I'm not going to worry too much about the last maybe 1/4 to 1/2 inch of it. I'm just going to see how my lines work out. So I'll start stitching, and I'll show you when I've done 2 or 3 lines of stitching. So I'm just using the edge of the foot.
Is this a little bit like Quarter As You Go then? A Quarter As You Go bag. Yeah.
If you're worried about thread and you haven't got a thread cutter, you can always sort of twist and turn at the end of each row of stitching.
You haven't got your facing fabric on or your back fabric on, have you? You're not
No.
doing a full sandwich here? No. Okay, sorry, just checking I haven't missed something.
And I'm just going to lengthen the stitch length on this. So I'm going up to a 3 because it just looks nicer when there's a slightly longer top stitch. That's better. And you know, if you have a couple of machines, you could have one loaded up with a really lovely contrasting thread for your top stitching.
Oh, nice.
And another one loaded up with a piecing thread.
Yeah, this would be a
and
nice
really
chance
go
to
to
use
town.
fancy variegated threads or maybe
Yeah.
a couple of fancy stitches.
Yeah, or you could just, if you've only got the one machine, you could just put a fancy thread in and just use it for piecing and top stitching.
Main bundle is the one that Sarah's using, the one on the folky floral. It's lovely for spring, isn't it?
Okay, so I've stopped stitching here because when I add the next layer of fabric, which I'm not there yet, but I'm going to stitch that on and do a 1/4 inch.
That's going to cover it.
You'll see, yeah, it's going to be fine. So I'm twisting and
Clockwise, anti-clockwise? Is there a way
I
that you
always go
around?
clockwise.
Okay.
Yeah. So now my piece of fabric that I'm going to cut needs to go about 1 inch beyond that end of the hexagon, but it also needs to go about 1 inch beyond the green. Again, I'm just doing this with scissors. You don't need to worry too much about the rotary cutter. And now I'm stitching, so I'm always stitching down the whole length of the fabric.
Right. Reminds me a bit of foundation paper piecing, this does.
Yeah, that's a headbend, isn't it? So stitch and flip. Smooth it away nicely. And these lines of quilting that we're putting on, it's up to you how far apart you do them. And I have seen people just flip and not do the stitch.
Okay.
So, you know, it's your project. They can be wavy lines, they can be straight lines, they could be embroidery stitches.
Yeah, I was thinking you decorative stitches.
Yeah, exactly. You can really go to town with it and make the project your own. So I'm doing lines which are just a bit wider than the edge of the press foot, just because that's enough, and for a bit of speed as well. Because you will use a lot of thread doing this technique. So do be prepared to, you might want to pre-wind some bobbins. Okay, so I've done that one. I'm not going to do any more on that. And then I am going to, I don't want those two to be opposite each other because I think that would just be a bit too perfect. So I'm actually going to do this one next and put it across from it. So again, 1/4 inch. Not 1/4 inch, 1 inch.
1 inch on either side.
Yeah.
Just so you know that it's definitely going to cover it.
Yeah. And as you get more confident at the technique, you can actually reduce that bit down because it just needs to reach there and there.
Right.
But I think
Better off being a bit err on the side of caution.
And there's plenty in the strips, like there's, you know, to play around with, so you're not having to be really frugal or anything.
If you are doing this on a wadding, you know, like your 80-20 wadding,
Yeah.
would you recommend pressing at each of these folds at the flip section, or you don't need to?
I think it depends on the quality of the fabric you're working with.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm a bit of a lazy sewer. So I think if it folds back really crisply, and when you're sewing it, you're holding it down, don't worry too much.
These panels look like they crisp up nice. Though.
I mean,
great.
yeah, they've worked up really well on the
Well.
samples. So I'm quite happy working with them without, but you know, we all know what our strengths and weaknesses are and just play to them. So if you know that you're not very good at holding everything flat as it goes through, then I would go and iron if you're using normal wadding. What I do find is that once people have gone and ironed, so when we run this as a class, people go away and they iron, and then they come back down to their sewing machine, and they just instinctively get a new bit of fabric. So then they've missed stitching one down.
Right.
So they're getting up and sort of broken their routine a bit. It is possible to stitch into them afterwards. You just have to be really precise with your finishing.
Right.
And I would always take my ends through to the other side and tie them off at the back of the project rather than doing any reversing.
If I stop, the doorbell rings, or you know, the phone goes, how easy is it to, you know, pick back up where you left off?
Oh,
Do you
easy.
know-
As long as you just keep going around in a circle, in a clockwise direction,
Yeah.
you're fine. Right, strips that have got a direction in them.
Ah, okay.
Okay, don't get hung up about it particularly, because you're going to end up putting them at all different angles, theoretically. So I kind of look at it as, even if it's a bag, some people are looking at it from the front and they're going to be looking at it the right way up, but you're going to be looking down at it.
Yeah.
So
Doesn't
you know,
matter.
Don't overthink
Especially with this sort of swirling design.
Yeah. So it's the sort of thing people can get really hung up about. And if you want to really fussily do it, that's absolutely fine, but don't stress it. Okay. So just adding this one on top. One thing to check is that as you're putting pieces like on the hexagon, as you're going opposite sides, which I'm now beginning to do, just check that they kind of look like they're parallel. So if for any reason that went on like that maybe, it's only a little bit out at this moment because it's narrower there than it is there.
Okay.
But later on that will get worse. So just always when you're referencing another side of the hexagon, just see if you can keep it as parallel as possible. And the lovely thing about the fusible is at the very end, when you've stitched it all, you can then use the iron and fuse the front to the back, and it really helps bind it together. So again, flip, put your crease in, and then come back.
We have got the H640 available as well, by the way, that Sarah's using. Yeah, I think because it's got the those little dots, the little glue dots, you'd normally use them as glue. It's actually, like you said, it's actually helping.
Yeah, it's got a bit of traction. Yeah.
There you go. Do you only need 1 metre? 1 metre by 90, one piece? £9.99. When you're teaching this as classes, I mean, you're very good at eyeballing, you know, inch apart when you're doing these lines. Any tips on being able to get them? Would you do you know that people draw them in or
Finger.
just a finger? Okay.
So, okay, so I'm not going to do that one opposite that one either because I think that looks a little bit too kind of, so I'm going to use this one next. So, okay, so if I just overhang that, basically I can get my finger in there and then I can get my finger in there and that's all I really need. And again, like I was saying earlier on the quilt, when you're looking at all your strips, just think about which are the strong colours and really going to stand out and make sure you disperse those evenly throughout the design.
It's going to look really, really lovely in like rainbow fabric as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you get this home, you've got your pattern. Pattern is available individually as well if you've got fabrics in mind, if you want to cut your own strips from your stash.
With your stripology ruler.
Oh, yes. With your stripology. Remember your mini... I'm not going to mention it again, really, because, look, we're 12:30. After this is gone today, it will come back at a later date at this price. This is going to be the last call if you want it. Oh, a lot lower. I mean, we should have just taken this under 50, really. It's been so popular. I'm so thrilled, though. Hundreds of you have actually taken advantage of this. It's £44.99. It is your quartered mini, just be aware. If you're thinking, I've already got the Stripology mini, you haven't got the quarters, maybe not, because this is quite a new ruler to us, and it's got extra slots. Still could do your full inch increments, still can do your half-inch increments, but now you can cut every quarter of an inch and every eighth of an inch. It's a very, very special day when we get to reduce creative grids, so make the most of it. This isn't one that we've had for years and years, you know, in the warehouse that we need to clear. This is one of the newest ones as well to get everybody introduced to it. It was normally £61, well, £61 on Amazon, £53.99 here, so we're already a great competitive price. But there you go, it's £44.99 as an early bird special. 2 in 1 because you've also got your squaring up feature as well. £16 cheaper, that's a third off, which is brilliant, isn't it? Thank you, Sarah.
Right, okay, so we've got to the last piece on this first round. I'm just going to take that pin out of the way now so I don't hit it at any point. So, you might naturally be, if you followed what I've said so far, you might think that it needs to be as long as this, but actually it's just this green one. So it's the green one that we started with. So I'm just going to place it here like that and make sure that I'm overshooting that point there by about an inch.
Okay.
And this end here by about an inch.
So this is now our round 2.
No, this is the last of round 1.
The last of round 1,
yeah.
Sorry.
We're almost at round 2. And that's where it gets really interesting.
This is a bit like your log cabin technique as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
but with a hexie in the centre. It's really cool.
So just going to push that out and then do my whizzy stitches down there.
Ollie, if you really wanted to do it in a fancy thread, you just have to accept that you're going to use it for your piecing as well. And if you want to keep changing your thread, you can. But you could just use your variegated for your piecing anyway, couldn't you?
Yeah.
So just have a variegated thread in and use it for all of it. It would work, Ollie.
Okay, so if we go back to the way it was when we started, there's our first round done.
Nice.
So let's say this is going to be our next fabric out. It's going to go up here.
Right.
So it needs to go across these two.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cut it like that. And then what we want is when it's stitched on, we want to be able to see that triangle.
Okay. You still want to be able to see the point, basically. Yeah.
Basically. So what I do is honestly, these panels are a dream because they're really lovely quality cotton and they just crease in really nicely. So I've pressed in my 1/4 inch seam where I want to stitch. That's where I want it to sit. So I'm just going to open that out.
And you are going to pin at this point.
And I am going to pin this. And this will be the only one that I pin, and this will be the only one that we have to worry about. And actually, as you approach that corner point where the triangle is, you can kind of feel it with your fingers as well.
Who was it that was talking to the other day? It might have even been Stuart Hillard, who said what he does is he just goes over just the point, takes it out, checks it's gone, and then we'll go over it.
And then carries on.
Yeah. Just do a little bit and then takes it out and just checks if there is a point that you want to match instead of being like, and then unpicking it all.
I'm going to be brave. I'm going to have a look.
Go for it.
Hurrah!
Done it.
Yes,
Perfect.
Perfect. So this one can get stitched down. And then after that, you're literally just following the edge of all the others. So I'll just put a couple of lines of stitching in this and show you exactly what I mean. And then basically the pattern flows. And it just spirals, basically. Okay, so I would twist it and go round clockwise. So I'm twisting it anti-clockwise, but I'm going round my project clockwise. And now...
What colour are you going for?
Yeah, there's this heart one here that we haven't used yet. So this heart one would just need to make sure that it goes beyond these two.
Okay.
Because if you think about what's going to happen, it's going to go back like that.
Right, yeah.
Okay? So that's all you're doing now. You're literally just going beyond the two. Always, if you're not sure, just fold it back and just check, are you where you want to be?
Right, makes sense.
And now you've got past this little triangle here, everything just flows. So you just keep going and going. So if I've got the original sample one here. So this isn't the fabrics we've got today, but what you've got to think about is strong colours. And also towards the end of your project, you're going to end up with little bits that you want in the corners.
Right.
So just don't throw away any odds and sods. What I would do is keep those to one side because sometimes you end up with really teeny tiny bits in the corners.
Okay.
And just keep all of your spare bits for there and just don't cut. Always make sure until you've got sort of up to, so that's round 1, round 2, round 3. Round 3 and round 4 are the longest bits. So just make sure you've kept some. But in the panels that we've got today, there's,
you know, plenty.
Yeah, there's a nice amount of spare, so people don't have to worry too much. So that's how you're going to construct the outside.
Okay.
Okay.
Now you said it has a facing.
Yes. So if we look at the construct of the bag, we've got webbing handles, and then, so this one is Sashiko'd on the back.
Oh, brilliant. Love that.
So you could have a play around doing that and literally just drawing your lines on. But inside, that exterior fabric has been brought down to the inside of the bag.
Oh, lovely.
So it just kind of...
That looks really nice.
Yeah, just elevates it a little bit rather
Yeah,
than
it
just having a
does.
cotton lining. And then you've got this invisible zip pocket.
Is there a separate sort of pattern piece then, or measurements to cut for then your facing?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not just folded in, so you've
No,
got
so
your...
all of your cutting instructions tell you
Brilliant.
exactly how much fabric.
Thank you.
And then in here...
I really like that.
That's quite funky.
Funky lining.
So that extra bit on the panels that everyone's got,
Oh, yeah.
that could be in there.
Yeah.
Or you could just have, there's an option to put a little slip pocket in as well. Personally, I prefer to have that invisible pocket.
It's a lovely big pocket, isn't it?
Well, it's big and nobody can see it. So you know, like when you're at the park or on
Yeah.
the beach
Yeah.
and you've got to leave your valuables on the beach,
Yeah.
or, you know, I just think it's really helpful if people can't easily see.
That's
you
a
know.
really good point. I
Yeah.
hadn't thought about having, you know, an invisible pocket for that sort of security.
Yeah, that's what I kind of like it for.
Yeah.
Really so
handy.
I thought I would show you how to do that. So I've got here prepared.
A concealed zip you might not have in your stash unless you're a dressmaker.
No,
so
that's true.
it's lovely to have a bit of a stash of different zips. We've got some concealed zips. Now, these are quite long. You might want to trim these down.
Yeah, so you could sew over the end and trim them down, but I
Okay.
wouldn't. So I've got a shorter zip, but actually, if you have a bigger zip, just means you can get wider things in your bag. So if you've got like a notebook, if you're like sketching
Yeah.
in the park or
Yeah.
something, you know, the bigger the entry point for your zip, the better, really.
Do I need a concealed zip foot?
You do. So
If you don't have one of these, you could put an ordinary zip in. You could put
Yes.
any sort of
Yeah,
pocket as you
absolutely,
wish.
yeah.
This isn't going to stop you from making the bag.
No.
But if you do, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it looks like.
yeah, so it's completely different to a normal zipper foot. It's got this little sticky out bit at the front, if it's a good one, and then underneath it's got two kind of channels.
Right.
So there's two channels there. That's what it looks like from the top, and there's that little sticky out bit there which helps you.
Fab.
Okay?
Okay.
So I've got a piece of my bag lining here, and I've got a piece of my facing. These are the right sides of the fabric, and I want my invisible zip to go in between them. So effectively, that fabric is going to come over the top like that, and that line that you can see I've drawn in is going to be like the seam line,
Yeah.
and the same for this one here. But when these fabrics are it's all joined together, this zip will be this way up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what's it's hard to sort of get your head around, isn't it? When the first time you look at a concealed zip, you think which way. So just go with your zipper. Think about where you're going to
Yeah.
be pulling it open in your bag.
Yeah, and I always say to people, if you start off
on the
by
back.
looking at it all the way it should be, then you're in a really good place, especially with an invisible zip. So you could mark the centre of your bits of fabric, and I'll just put a pin in there. So that's the centre there, and then I will just put a mark there. And that is going to be the centre. Obviously, that's creased in quite nicely. And this will help me make sure that my zip is level. And then I'm literally going to find the centre point of the zipper tape. So that's not the zipper stop necessarily, but I'm just going to, for ease, just do the centre of the zipper tape for you. And I'm just going to put a pin in there, just for the moment. Like so. So when I'm putting the zipper in, I want to try and make sure that those centre points are lined up.
Okay.
So if I undo the zipper, just get past that pin I've just put in. This bit of zip tape is going to have this bit of fabric on top of it.
Right.
So with it all laid out like this, all I have to do is flip that over and match up that centre point, and that is where my zip should be stitched.
Right. Okay.
Okay? And I'm looking to line up the teeth with the seam line that I had drawn on. So I'm just going to put a couple of pins in. Just hold it in place. And if you've not seen a concealed zipper before, the teeth, they roll around to the back.
Right.
So you can kind of push it open. and then there's a little kind of dip there.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then they naturally spring back.
Yeah.
So when we're stitching, we're trying to push open the teeth, and that's what the little bit at the front of the foot can be really helpful for if you've got an invisible zipper foot with that bit on the front. So just going to take the normal presser foot off.
I think most of our machines actually come with a concealed zipper foot. Have a hunt through your accessory box. It might not be something you've used before.
And it's got 2 channels, and because I'm sewing in this side of the zip, I want my stitching to be to the left-hand side of the zipper teeth, so I'm going to feed the zip into the right-hand side. Now, I always start by lining it up, checking that my needle is in the right position. So that's going to be okay once my teeth are open on my zip. And then I'm going to push open the teeth ready. So where the zipper foot is at the moment, the teeth of my feet aren't there. It's just the top of the zip tape. And now, I'm just going to move that across. Oops. I'm in the right-hand channel and I'm pushing open the zipper teeth as I stitch. Can you see how that's kind of rolling?
Yeah.
Oh, actually that needle does need to go over a little bit. So you can use the stitch width adjustment on your machine to move your needle, and I've just moved mine over to the left ever so slightly. That's better. So I'm pushing that zip open as I sew. Just be really careful of your pins because you'll normally be coming down to them and it will hurt when you hit them. And then with a concealed or invisible zip, you literally just sew as low as you can get with the zipper foot.
I know lots of people that use like their magic quilters, you know, the quilters tape or a sew-along glue pen just to hold your zipper.
Yeah, you can do that.
Place.
So I just did a locking stitch at the bottom. You could have done reversing. And that's that side in. Just check at this point that your zip does up. Hurrah!
Nice.
So now, if we think about it,
Yeah.
this side of the zip has got to come over onto this side. So now this is where it feels a bit foreign because that has got to go over and meet that.
Okay.
So I'm just going to flip this whole lot over and then just line up the top edge of your facing with the top edge of your lining and down like that so that you know that your zip's going to be in the right place. And then I'm going to pop a couple of pins in the zip there. And then this time when we stitch, we're going to stitch with our stitching to the right of the zipper teeth, which means that we need to load the zipper into the left-hand channel on the zipper foot.
Instructions on their own. There's more people who have got them in their basket than we have availability, just so you're aware. It is a great scrap buster, isn't it? If you've got those larger sort of
absolutely.
scraps, when we've done scrap bags,
Yeah.
they've got big sort of scraps within them. This would be perfect for
Yeah.
that.
Basically, the longest, if I have a quick measure,
You do actually show how to do the invisible zip as well
I
within
do,
here,
there's
don't
step-by-step
you?
photos. So the longest piece of fabric that you probably need is about 13 inches. So I've loaded it in the other way. I've just adjusted my needle position again. Oops. And I'm now just coming down the other side of my invisible zip. And I'm pushing that invisible zip open as I get to it. Oh. Right at the bottom, I've just gone into the zip.
Oh no.
I know. So I'll just...
Is that the end of the world?
No, because you can just unpick. I was trying to go a little bit faster and it never pays off. So I'll just unpick the last few stitches. And then I'll just restart and finish off. People love it in workshops when I do things wrong because it just shows them that...
That you are human.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and again, I've just gone as low as the machine will let me. Okay, so let's just trim those and get them out of the way. Okay, and then our zipper does up, and we can't see it's there.
I mean, that is amazing, isn't it? Like you said, whether it be for a security reason, whether it just to be very aesthetically pleasing, it's lovely. It's a great technique to know how to do. And I think, like I say, unless you're a dressmaker who has to put in concealed zips into dresses and things,
Yeah.
I would never have thought as a bag maker to use a concealed zip. But that's actually brilliant, transferable skill.
So then all you
Great
would
demo
do
as well.
is, I'm just going to take that foot off. So you could use a 1/4 inch foot, a 1/4 inch stitch, or a zipper foot, because you now just need to join the seams either side of the invisible zip. So I'm going to join that seam on that side and that seam on that side. And as you stitch, as you get down to it, you'll just pull the invisible zipper out of the way like that. So I'll be stitching down it from this side, and I'll pull it out of the way like that. And then I'll get, what I'm trying to do is match up with where this stitching is here. And if I don't actually try to join them, and I just stitch at the right seam allowance, you shouldn't end up with any puckering. So I'll just see if I can get that to work and show you. So I'm just going down. And as I approach the zip, I'm holding the zip out of the way with my right hand, and I'm just going to try and line up with this stitching here. But I'm not going to try and join it together. I'm just going to try and get in approximately the right place. Do a locking stitch. Or a bit of zigzag, not zigzag, reverse. And there, oops. I've actually come in a bit narrower than on my denim, so I could come in a little bit richer, but you can see there's no puckering there at the moment. It's just feeding straight into the invisible zip, and that's what you're aiming for. So that's just a chalk line. I could get rid of that and not worry about it, or I could come in a little bit deeper, as long as I don't go any deeper at this point here.
Right.
And then we just do exactly the same thing at the top. So I'll just quickly do that. And there we are.
Nice.
At the
Look
top
at
as well.
that. And I do like the idea of having that facing as well. Like you said, it does look more sort of elevated than just having your lining start straight away. That
There are
looks really
certain
nice.
things that just lift a project, and
Yeah.
I think that having the facing. So you've got your zip in.
Yeah.
So
We literally have a couple more minutes, Sarah.
oh, it's here. So I'll just quickly show you. I won't stitch it, but I'll show you exactly what you need to do. So I've got this fabric here, which is from the panel. And I would take
this is
one
your
short
pocket.
edge
Yeah.
and pin that behind that part of the zip. And if I just twist it round, actually. And then I would take the other short edge and pin it to that side of the zip.
Right.
And then they would hang down, so that one's going to fold back on itself. So that would be attached to that side
Yeah.
of the back of the zip.
That looks
Oh,
nice fancy lining as well,
Exactly,
doesn't it?
I like it when there's a fancy lining. You then stitch the other short edge to that side of the zip, and then you just stitch down the sides there.
That makes you a big, nice
And that
slip
makes
pocket.
you a big pocket. Yeah.
Brilliant. Everything else is all within
It's
your
all full instructions. We like a good instruction.
Absolutely. I mean, look, you've literally got how to do your top stitching, your finishing stages of construction the bag house pieces, box bottoms, all of that is included within your instructions, which is part of the kit. Thank you ever so much, Sarah.
That's an absolute pleasure.
Brilliant today.
Thank you
When are
for
you back
having me.
with us?
Middle of May.
after your holidays. Have a lovely holiday.
I will do. Thank you very much.
Please bring us back some of these lovely
Egg
egg
custard.
custards. Yes. I've never seen an invisible zip demo before. An invisible demo before. Thank
be a
you
good
so
one.
much. Off to find an invisible zip foot now. Great demo, says Christine.
Oh, thank you, Christine.
Yeah, this is it. A lot of the machines that don't have concealed zip foots, you can buy as add-ons anyway, so it might be worth going for it, especially when actually it's really useful to have as security if, like you say, you're on the beach or going to a city or just wanting that extra security of your phone and your keys in there. A little secret pocket for your secret
pocket.
snacks. Love that. Oh yeah, I have to have secret snacks with a toddler around. She's like, what you got in your bag? Anything for me? Nothing in there. Look, check my bag. No secret pockets. Right. Let's have a look. Instructions available on their own. Great scrap buster. Anybody who's got strips or, you know, leftover strips from their projects, you've got fab full instructions for £9.99. There are the bundles. They are available underneath us. The floral one that Sarah's working with is the most popular. The koi carp we love as well. Don't forget that one. And you've also got your neutrals. They are all listed underneath us on the web. Instructions on their own, just £9.99. Concealed zips are there. You've got your H640, your wadding, everything that you're going to need to get going. If you do want to do webbing handles, we've also listed some for you. So everything is now there for you. Very quickly, the star of the show has absolutely been our early bird special. When we woke up this morning at 8 a.m, did we expect to see a massive discount on creative grids? I'll always remember when I very first started in the craft world back 7 years ago, sewing quarter, in a meeting with creative grids, say they just won't get discounted, don't discount them. You might see them within bundles and offers, but to drop the price on them is unheard of, especially on a ruler that is new to us. This has literally been on air a handful of times. I think it's only ever had one demonstration in the past. So for anybody who wants to take the plunge into creative grids, you're not alone. There's a lot of people who have bought this ruler today, and it comes with full QR code instructions, video tutorials of how to make the most of it. It's like your stripologies with the little slits, but more slits than ever. Every half-inch increment, you've got your slits, so you can still do your full-inch increments. You can still do your half-inch increments, but for the first time, you can now do every quarter of an inch and every eighth of an inch. So your eighth-inch increments are also going to be covered. Plus, your squaring up side as well. Please make the most of the price. It is only at £44.99 for today and today only as your early bird special. Tomorrow it will go back up. So if you're watching on a replay today, check out your baskets. Hundreds of these have gone, so enjoy. Thank you all so much for your company today. Stay tuned for Hobby Maker. Tomorrow, who's on, did you say? Lucy Pixley's here. We have got the menu. We've got Lucy Pixley, we've got Helen McCook, fabulous, all coming up along with, I want to say John Scott tomorrow. Yeah, John's back. Hope you've all had a lovely time. If you're off to the NEC this afternoon, go and say to John. Say hello to me on Sunday if you see me, if you're there at the Creative Craft Show. And Hayley West is going to be joining you for more crafting this afternoon on Hobby Maker. She'll see you after this.